Call meeting to order. Shelley, can you roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. District 1, Councilman Rios.
Present.
District 2, Councilman Pastor.
Present.
District 3, Councilman Letha.
Present.
District 4, Vice Mayor Stapleton.
Here.
District 5, Councilwoman Giles. Here. District 6, Councilman Shipley.
Here.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Shelley. Want to invite Chief Robinson up for the invocation?
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful unto thee for the blessings that we enjoy. We're grateful for the moisture that we're receiving and ask that thou would continue to provide us with enough to meet the needs of our land. We're grateful for those who labor on behalf of the city and for those who are chosen to represent the needs and to help our city to progress. We ask thy blessings on this body this evening as they deliberate, that they may do so in a manner that will be pleasing unto thee and that will be beneficial to the residents of this community. Please watch over and bless those who may be suffering. And we ask these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Mike, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with summary of current events from council, and we'll start with Charlene.
I'd just like everybody to send out their thoughts and prayers to Joe Bracamani, our fire, what's his title? Marshal, our fire marshal. He's just got out of the hospital, so he just needs some good thoughts and prayers. And the library's walk club that is being held virtually again, so sign up. You can go to their Facebook page, you can go to the library's page, you can go to the library. I've gone every time since they started it, and this doing it virtually is really a great thing because you can do it on your own time. You can do it at 5 in the morning or 5 at night or noon or whatever works for you. They've partnered with the United Fund and the Friends of the Library, so there's some really great prize incentives they're giving out for people and their pets. So go ahead and you don't have to go to every one, just do what you can. And I'd also like to encourage our residents as well as the visitors to check out Besh. That's a great city park, and they're now going to be open 7 days a week again. So we're glad to see that happening, and I think the visitors will be really glad. Also, I was talking to the director of the Center for the Arts, and he was telling me how increased the foot traffic is there. So I'm hoping yours is too. So that's good. The visitors are people are starting to get out and about again. And then lastly, there's been several movies in the past few months that the Downtown Association has brought, but there's also 2 right now and several more for next month. So that brings a lot of dollars to this community. It really does. The purchases that are made, when they stay, where they buy gas, they buy food, what have you. So currently, past, current, and future going on. So kudos to them. That's all.
Thank you, Charlene. Jesse?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything.
Fernando?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I have a very sad thing to share. One of my friends from what I grew up with, and I went to Mesa High, and I met him in Mesa Junior. We're 2 kids from the hood, but he grew up and became an electrician, and he actually was an orphan, and his parents were from Miami, the ones that adopted him. And when he was just last couple years, he's donated a couple hundred hours to the youth club, redoing all of our work and making sure everything was as safe as it could be. And he passed away from COVID today, so it's with great sadness. And I just want to thank him and for all he did to contribute to our community, even though he didn't actually live here. So, but thank you, Mary. That's it.
Thank you,
And
Fernando.
his name was Don Celsinas, by the way. Mhm.
Thank you. Mike,
Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
ready?
Thank you, Mayor. Fernando, my condolences for your loss of your friendship with the close one. And I have nothing, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Freddie. Mike?
I actually have nothing either, Mayor. Thank you.
Wow, that was quick.
You're on.
I have a few things. I just want to remind everybody on, on 3/26, this Friday at 10 o'clock, the final book box will be mounted at the park in Miami, and I see Regina in the audience here. She's been a big advocate for that, and it all has to do in memory of Kathy Cañas, who passed away from a tragic accident, from a wash overflowing. But through that, these boxes have been created to be set in different places for kids to take advantage of reading. And there is one in City Park here. There's one at Leonard Paul's Pizza. We have one at J&R's restaurant. And the last one will be in Miami at the park there for the kids to take advantage of. So thank you again to the Cañas family, to Regina, and all the group that really has put all this together. And then on the 27th, there's a trash mob cleanup again, and that starts at 8 o'clock, and I think it's a community center, meet at the community center. So anybody interested, come up and give us an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it takes. I mean, they've been doing an amazing job, and it's been building momentum, and you can tell on the frontage. On April 3rd is again our First Friday. So come out and enjoy the First Friday events or the discounts that happen during the day on Friday. And just an update on COVID numbers, they are going down. We're seeing some amazing numbers coming down. This month, they've only recorded 7 new cases this month, but the county is only reporting on a weekly basis now, not on a daily. So we won't get our next update till tomorrow. So it's really looking good. The people are getting vaccinated. I think I was told 65% of 65 and above are vaccinated, but we still have the lower end. We're only about 35 to 38%, and we have the group obviously that will not take them. So we're getting close to where we need to hopefully get some kind of herd immunity so we can relax our restrictions. Stay the course a little longer. Wear a mask. 6-foot distancing is still required. As we heard from Fernando, there's still people dying, and there's still people getting sick every day. Just because it's only 1 or 2, they have a family, and so we need to take care of each other. Paul?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, just a couple quick notes. We are in the process of getting new carpeting in City Hall. That's very exciting. While we're in kind of the operating on AB team, that allows us time to get in there and make those changes. We wrapped up the focus groups with all the employees. We had 3 follow-up meetings that were very well attended, and we should have the results of those focus groups and projected recommended actions that we intend to take place at the next meeting on the April the 13th. Also making progress on the DMA with Tri-City. I know working through CAG on that. I'm very excited about that. And one of the things that you'll be seeing very quickly is we're about to roll out, I think it's about 20 new email addresses. Very soon here, every employee in the city will have an email address, and that'll be better for us to communicate HR and happenings, and just that's I think a core pillar of the communication. We have pretty much utilities or some type of technology that they can check it on. In some areas, we'll have kiosk computers, so they can go in and log on. So that's real important. Let's see. So we had announced that we'd be opening BESH on the weekends in April, but due to circumstances beyond our control, that will not be happening. But we do have an opening at BESH, and so if you'd like a part-time job, 30 hours a week, and want to work weekends, it's on the internet right now. So what was I going to say? And I think that's about it. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Thank you, Paul. And a little update on the DMA and the 208 process with Tri-City Globe in Miami. I did receive a call today that it was approved through the first round, So the next round is to go to public hearings in the process. So it is moving forward finally, and
Oh, very,
hopefully
very
we get
good.
that 208 approved.
Thank you.
We have our first community call to the public. Do we have anybody online, Shelley, or? None? Okay, thank you, Shelley. We'll go to special presentations and ceremonial matters. And first on item A is presentation of the Arts Advisory Commission update to council, Theo Wilshire, and the swearing in of members Regina Ortega, Leonardi, Ninjay One, Nathaniel Rector, Libby Rooney, Stacy Waddell, and Theo Wilshire. So we'll ask them to come up first and we'll do the swearing in, and then we'll get a presentation from Thea on the process that they're going through right now with the policies.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, I think Regina, shoot,
Mr. Mayor, Ashley Olmsted is also a part of that.
Olmsted?
Yeah,
Okay,
uh-huh.
okay. They wasn't on my list, okay. Thank you. If you could all come up to the front right here and we'll. I have the honor, I guess, of doing the swearing in, so if you could raise your right hand, just repeat after me, and where it's named, just put your name in there. So it's I, state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona. That I will bear true faith and alliance to the same, and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the City of Globe Arts Advisory Commission according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Thank you for being part of that this committee. We can sign those, and Shelley will pick those up. So Thea will give us an update on all the work they've been doing with the policies and trying to create the Arts Commission.
Thank you. While the PowerPoint's being pulled up, I just want to state to anyone who's online or here and was concerned with, there was an error that was put up on the city website. We are not trying to become a BBB bed tax recipient. So that was completely not even on the table. So some people were concerned. So let's jump into what we really are going to be and wishing to be. I also realize that your agenda is full, so I'm going to go rather quickly. I am trusting that all of you received our summary packet. Excellent. So this will go in depth on the areas that I'm just touching on. Danny, which direction do I? That way? Thank you. Okay. Thank you for trusting us with art in our community. Thank you for seeing the value of it. This is a picture, so those of you who don't know all the Arts Advisory folks, It's better? All right. I wanted to show you some pictures. Thank you to Regina for taking these. But this is who you have representing you. Nope. All right. I am going to very quickly hit a couple of questions. Why public art is important, why we're focusing on it, where we are as a community right now with public art, how do we fund public art, which is one of the questions we get asked the most, and what's next, what are our next steps. So going into why public art is important. There's a couple things that we want to emphasize. One of them is the economic benefits of art. The state has shown that for every $1 invested in art, there's a $92 reinvestment into the community through the movement of that money. I am going to have Regina bring up to you a couple of factors, a couple of pieces that the state of Arizona has put together, including, this is from the Arizona Commission for the Arts, the impact economically of art. So you'll have this. I also have a packet for you that is arts and the economy. This is art across the country. But then very specifically about Arizona, we also have a smaller flyer. So that, I hope, will help answer some of the questions about how powerful art can be as an investment, an economic development investment. But it's also, besides having an economic benefit, Danny, could you click twice, please? It also has a community or public value. Placemaking, people feeling good about where they are, people feeling, having a love for their community, feeling that they are valued. That comes through art. Art is one of the stronger ways to do that. It also helps because art is linked to health. It is linked to both physical health, which we really want right now, and I'm going to talk to you about an art initiative that we are proposing in response to COVID. But it helps physical health, it helps emotional health, it decreases suicide. It also has been shown to help elders age well. So art is powerful in many ways. Another thing that it does is in our schools, art, one more, Danny. Art is able to foster creativity. It helps kids with academic achievement, but it also teaches outside the box thinking, which is exactly what we need in our kids when we look to the future. In 10, 20 years, this is our future workforce. And so art can help get them ready for wherever they're going to work, not just in the creative sector. And then the final one is that it's got a cultural, it's a way that we can pass along our culture and history. It's also a way that we can share it with others. And this links back with the economic as far as art. It supports creative industries and tourism, which raises tax funds for the community. So that's why we are valuing. Next slide, please. Now, about in 2017, our community was honored as one of 9 cities in Arizona recognized as a creative community. And we had been talking even before that, and I know you had been talking about an Arts Advisory Commission, but I think that award, that recognition really helped push this along. And it's part of why in 2019 you established the Arts Advisory Commission. We have been working since then faithfully every 2 weeks, and we also have been eager to come before you, and all of that has been thrown off with COVID. So I'm actually feeling quite joyful to be standing here, finally talking to you and representing amazing amount of work by a group of dedicated individuals. We have never had an Arts Advisory Commission. So the community, those of us on the commission, the council, we don't know what to do with it. And that has been something that has been a surprising realization. So we've spent a lot of time looking not just at what our community needs, but also how other communities use Arts Advisory Commissions. And we were able to spend time based on those, developing both a mission and a vision statement, which you have in your portfolio, but for those who do not have that, our mission is to support a creative community that enhances and expands public and private art in all forms, to enrich the vitality, diversity, and character of our city. And our vision, this is the bigger picture, is that Globe will be a unique city where art is alive, creativity is treasured, and the arts are embraced and nurtured in our community. Now, those are kind of big picture ideas, but then coming into what we actually do and how we've been figuring this out, we really have two responsibilities, and our role is to serve you as the council. So we are advisory, meaning we're set up to help the council make wise decisions about art. Two of the things that I've seen or heard and understand as our responsibility is, one, to increase public art, and two, is to figure out how to make our community art friendly. So in this, if we're going to increase public art, that's art that belongs to the city. Now, there are public art pieces that people are putting on the side of their building or that they're sharing, and our role would be to help facilitate that, but we are focused on the public art. How do we fund it? How do we ethically and legally put out requests for artists? How do we decide what types of art go up? I mean, art can be extremely passionate and emotional, and so we serve a great role because we can be a buffer for you as council. It would be very hard if all the emotion that is likely to be associated with art hits you all. It really needs to hit us. And we can then explain what our plans are, why certain things were done. And then we are making recommendations to you to make decisions. That's the public art part. Making our community more art friendly, there are things that have been done with municipalities around the country. Now, some of those options aren't available in Arizona, but we have the role of helping you figure out what decisions you can make that will foster creative industries, that will recruit artists, that will support the artists we have in town so that they can expand their influence in our community. So those are the big summaries of what our responsibilities are. Next slide, please. In figuring out how to fund the arts, we have several different sections on this for you, but we put the most on a slide in this section because this is where many people have questions. So art and the success of any public art program is really determined in large part by the reliability and depth of funding. We want a diversified portfolio of funding options for our community. One of the things, I know you're coming up on your budget talks, we would like you to look at making a line item in the budget that is specifically for public art. The way some communities of our size do this is they will establish an amount per resident. So $3 a head per resident is how they're determining what goes into their budget. You can choose whatever you wish, but I didn't expect to hear that little formula, and it was a good one. Another way that communities are funding art, and this seems to be more successful for larger communities, but it's not beyond us, and that's a percent for the arts program. So that would be that we would add, you would pass an ordinance, but we as a community would add for new developments that there's going to be a percentage, again, your decision. Most places are doing 1 to 2%, where based on the size of the project is required to have contribution into art, usually at where that project is, and if it doesn't work there for some reason, then it can go into the public art fund to go elsewhere in town. That would apply both to our capital improvement projects that we're doing among the city, but it also would apply to developers and people that are coming into our community. This would be something that would be an aspect of working within our realm. The other things are things that are going to be a little more amorphous. We, as the Arts Advisory Commission, will be looking at art grants, recommendations to you on things that we think would be good matches. You may find them and you bring them to us and we'll do the legwork for you, but we will not be applying for grants. We will bring them to you and you decide if you wish to go forward with it. Same with the public art. We will have recommendations, but you as the council will decide if you go forward. We don't know yet gifts, memorials, bequests. We don't know yet about fundraisers and other partnerships with city, county, other partnerships with public and private groups. So those are some of the things. One thing I skipped is that if we do have a section in your budget that is specific for public art, then what some communities do is that they invest that in very low risk bonds and CDs or even just savings accounts that have that. And then while you are building up the money you need for a large project, it's actually earning interest for you. So many different options that you get to decide about. Next slide, please. So our next steps. We are going to be asking that you adopt policy and procedures. I think that's included in the packets, Shelley? Excellent. So you've got like a 20-page document there, which is a little bit snooze-worthy when you're reading it, but it's important because what it sets up is how we are determining who gets the art projects and what their responsibility is to us as a community, as professionals. And how do we maintain our art? How do we catalog it? How do we figure out what needs to be replaced? Not all art is permanent. It's not all bronzes. So if it's on a crosswalk, it may only have a year life cycle. If it's on a mural, it may only have 10 years. I mean, we as the Arts Advisory Commission will be the ones going out looking and analyzing which ones need maintenance. But that policy and procedure is the protection that you have, that you won't be accused of whatever the latest accusation is of not operating ethically. This gives you the framework that you can use when you're making decisions, but that we would be given, if you pass it, when we are trying to put proposals for artists or decommissioning pieces of the public art collection. That was something that we thought we would be bringing to you tonight. And I want to do a shout out to the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. They have made several recommendations which we hadn't thought of, and I am so grateful. So right now, our policy and procedures is actually out in the public, seeking public comment, and we're getting some. We want to give the public time to give their input, incorporate that, and then bring you back a document that includes all of that. So I'm hoping that will be soon, but that's where we're at with the policy and procedures. The second thing of implementing, we want you to implement funding strategies in your next budget cycle. We also want to encourage public input on art. So this would be stakeholder meetings. This would be very creative ways of getting community priorities, ways of including the community, not just in decisions, but in the actual creation of the art. So we want to encourage community involvement. And then finally, one of the things we'd like you to consider is that we think we are advancing enough with all the work we've done, this invisible group for the last 2 years. We think that our next step would be an arts master plan. That would be something that you would have to direct us to do. And an arts master plan would then help us kind of determine what direction, if we have 10 great options, which ones fit into the master plan to get prioritized. It also is something that could look at both short, medium, and long-term projections and goals. So that is something we want. And then the final creating is we want to start creating public art. That COVID response that I talked to you about. My background as a doctor is as a psychologist. I really can resonate with the impact of different social infrastructure aspects that matter to how healthy we are, emotionally and physically. Our community is leading the nation in some ways with COVID, but we've still been impacted, as Fernando shared with the death of his friend. We need to show the power of our community by bringing art, which will bring light and color into what's been a dark season. What we're hoping to do is to not make this a city venture, but to have the city be one of multiple stakeholders so that we can get the whole community. Cobra Valley Center for the Arts, the Main Street Association, Historic Preservation, Economic Development Corporation, maybe Southwest Gas or Freeport or Resolution. So we can pull in partners, but we could also pull in individuals or individual businesses that would love to see art in the downtown. So our next step would be to seek out these stakeholders and explain an idea that is tentatively being called I Art Globe. So you see a big heart around the word art. So instead of I Love Globe, it's I Heart Globe or I Art Globe. We would love to see 12 projects in 12 months. It's a big goal, but I think it's possible if we have all those stakeholders taking the lead. So that is something that is in the works right now as far as creating art. And thank you. That is it for a quick presentation on a long night for you. And thank you for trusting us with some of these decisions and this work. And if I might field any questions.
Put it up to any questions or comments, Freddie?
Thea, thank you. Just looking at your literature, it's really impressive, and your presentation is also. But the question I have is, do you have a vision of the art expanding into our residential communities, our local parks, so that not just the mainstream areas of our community, but our residential areas are revitalized as well?
Absolutely. We completely see that. We see it over all of Globe, and hopefully we'll be doing collaborative things with Gila County and with Miami. Miami's actually a couple steps ahead of us with public art. So I appreciate the leadership they've shown. But we, in our limited resources to start, tried to figure out where we could get the biggest bang for our buck, the most public good. And so what we have determined is that we want to focus on gateways in downtown to start. That does not exclude neighborhoods, that does not exclude other projects, but that would be our primary focus. And then the master plan would be a great way to start to direct movement kind of in concentric circles or some way out into the whole community.
Mayor?
Go ahead, Fernando.
And maybe it's more of a question for Paul, but so let's just say, for example, my business wanted to sponsor one of the art projects for the month. Could I donate that to the city and have it be dedicated to the Arts Commission to take care of that?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Shipley, if council approves that structure, yes.
Okay. Because for me, a city would be a tax deduction. So, and then with State Farm, if I donate to a nonprofit, they'll actually match it. So we could actually apply for a matching grant.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, you go ahead.
Thank you.
Can't see you.
Yeah, I'm around the dog. Yeah, I just want to thank you and the Arts Advisory Commission. When we first started talking about this, I never dreamed it would come to fruition so fast and where it is. I think what you're doing and that having a master plan would be amazing to continue that foot and keep going. So I just want to thank you and the rest of your committee there.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask one more question?
Go ahead, Fernando.
So, Thea, I know you have a good crew there, but if someone else wants to participate or has ideas, what's the best way for them to get involved?
With the iArt Globe or with the Arts Advisory Commission?
I was thinking more like the iArt, like maybe they have an idea or maybe they're an artist and they want to donate, or I don't know. What's the best way to get them engaged? Who do we send them to?
Right now, send them to me and to the Arts Advisory Commission. I am privileged to meet tomorrow evening with the Cobra Valley Center for the Arts Board of Directors to explain this idea, to invite their partnership and even their fiscal leadership. We as a community, we as a city cannot apply for some foundation grants. We have to have a 501c3 do that. And so that's a way that if the Center for the Arts decides, then that's a great way that they could show leadership. They also, to me, we will not be replacing the arts agencies and arts groups in our community. We're not taking over the art world, the art services for kids in school, the art. What we are doing is we're focusing on public art and city structure and city steps to support art. So we're very specific, and it makes sense that we would partner with all these other agencies. Fernando, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, may I continue? We have been working on setting up a stakeholder meeting. We had a Zoom for that Thursday, but I'm thinking I may be shifting that because I haven't given enough stakeholders warning about it. So I'm expecting that we would have a Zoom meeting and potentially in person and Zoom the following week to just start talking about these ideas and seeing if we can start to make some progress quickly.
Okay, great.
So, yeah, I think I understood Fernando to say he thought you were a 5013. You can't, as a committee, I don't think you're.
No. We are not. I was saying the Cobra Valley Center for the Arts
Okay,
could play that role because we cannot.
you're right. Okay.
We are not our own fundraising agency. We are not our own decision-making agency. We are a city commission, a council-appointed commission that gives advisory.
Go ahead.
Thea, first of all, thank you for your presentation. Awesome, and thank you for everybody that has participated in the committee. I do have a question on the annual budget line item. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you guys are looking for? Or
Yes. Actually, I'm glad you asked that, Mike, because as you're asking me, I realized I skipped some important stuff in my little head outline. You having a budgetary line for art is essential for us to actually be able to apply for certain types of grants. So like through the Arizona Commission for the Arts, they have a number of funding options, but it really, you figure out which level you start at based on what your city council has allocated for public art. So if you are in the 10,000 range or the 100,000 or you're Phoenix and you have $1 million, you fall into different strata, and then that allows you to actually request more money. So that's one reason why we need it. But a second is that what I was suggesting was the idea of a per capita rate. You don't have to do that. You guys can decide it's $20,000 this year, it's $15,000, whatever you are going to decide. But what other communities did by using that $2, $3 a head rate, I just thought that was creative. It also really speaks to you kind of envisioning and reaching out to each member of our community, but a little more symbolically.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have anything, Shirley?
Thank
I have a few comments or questions. Again, thank you for all the work that you and the committee have done. I've seen some of it. I've been in part of some of the meetings. I know it's a lot of time and effort that you guys have put through it. And thanks for the document. Now, this will give us time to go through these policies and understand them and everything before we as a council actually approve them.
Yes, and if you have,
Timeframe is.
oh, I'm sorry. If you have suggestions, give them, and we'll start incorporating those now so that we have more up-to-date versions that people can be reviewing.
Great, yeah, I'd like to allow some time for the council at least to go through it and you know, any suggestions or changes that may be within there. You're right, the Arizona Creative, 9 cities were recognized. I was part of that team for 2 years, and I met some amazing people, amazing artists, some amazing people through the training from different cities, and we were fortunate to be picked as one. So I think art is something that is needed in our community. But you're right. I think we need some kind of master plan that you're working on so we can see exactly where and where things are going to go. I think one of the concerns would be for art. I know, and Charlene mentioned it about filmmaking, about areas that are specific for filmmaking that we would not want to disturb, because that brings a lot of visitors to our community, a lot of revenue. And I don't know the exact places. It's a downtown association that actually commits those and gets those. So those are some of the things in the mix where, you know, a master plan would say this area is designated for filmmaking or whatever, however you guys come up with it. That would be great. I know a lot of the projects, as I saw some of the projects, those have been projects that have been in the works even or talked about through stakeholders to various meetings throughout the years. And you know, like the entrance to Globe, that was one of them, and that has been completed. So there's a lot of other ones that I know the stakeholders have been talking about. So when we talk about a line item, And I like the idea about the new businesses and funds, but line item, so any funds raised from the Arts Commission, is that that's where that money would go through, if established through the city to manage that money?
Correct.
And go through it, okay. So any grants that were applied, you're saying the city would apply for them?
Correct.
Okay. So
We,
like
we will
this-
not have the authority to do that.
Okay, so this grant, or Arts Commission grants, is that something you have to have matching, or is it money that we already have spent maybe for projects? Is that something you could utilize for that?
Both, depending on the nature of the grant. So in our COVID response, as we're thinking about this, I had not originally thought about the art that we have done as a community. So Fernando's work, your work, the murals, different things that have happened, those could be seen as a match if it fits under the umbrella of how we're organizing the iArt Globe or the Art Blitz. But it really matters based on the grant, whether they would allow money already spent, whether it would, it varies. And sir, we did already reach out to the Main Street Association to find out what locations they would like to see protected. So we have reached out. We completely agree. And we don't want with visual art to stop other visual art from happening. That's not our intention.
Okay, no, I look forward, and I think we as a council, we need to study this document very, go thoroughly through it and understand it, and somehow come up with an agreement. Because you are a subcommittee of the city. So
Correct.
really, the work you're doing out there, whatever money you're raising, you represent the city. So we as a council need to work together to come up with a way of supporting all this and making sure we move forward together.
Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, can I share one more thing?
Go ahead, Fernando.
So we went to that rural conference, not last year because they canceled it, but the year before. And I met a young man from Ajo, and he had taken some of their derelict buildings and basically put them up for auction. I don't know a better word, but basically invited artists from all over the country to submit their ideas. And they actually came and painted these walls, I think on their own. And he said now that several of those buildings that were derelict are now attracting people from all over that want to come see them. So I know that public art works, and I know there's a lot of creative ways out there that we can incorporate art into our community. But he might be somebody you want to reach out to if you haven't already done so.
I'd love to get that name, Fernando. Okay. But Ajo is a tremendous leader right now as far as small towns with successful art programs. The State Arts Commission was even directing us to them that they're very successful. So we have not partnered. We had many plans to have different speakers from other communities come into our meetings, and all that got derailed with COVID, but we're starting to figure out how to kind of move back towards where we had been heading.
Mike, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to suggest, simply because the amount of material that's in this document. I mean, I've got about 9 pages done and marked, and questions to ask. And Thea's my next door neighbor, and we don't even have time to visit to talk about this kind of stuff. So I'd like to suggest that maybe the council and the arts committee have a work session on one day that some of us all have the time to sit down and discuss this, because there is a lot of good information. There's a lot of questions in here. And I think it would benefit both parties to sit down and have a work session discussing all these different ideas.
Charlie?
I forgot to mention about Superior. So this weekend they had a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They had a mural. Well, Sunday was the Meet the Muralists, and they actually had people. When I went, there were people actually doing the murals as you strolled around and watched them. And there were about a dozen murals in Superior. They had a walking map, and it was kind of self-guided. But there were folks on the streets, there were folks in the restaurants, there were folks in the stores. It brought people to the town. Sure. So yeah, it was well done.
And Mr. Mayor, there's different communities like Tempe, Mesa, big ones that have on their websites, they have art walking tour maps so that people can actually download them. We've already been talking about that for our future art that will be coming, that we can do that. And I didn't hear anyone mention that. I heard that your new website is up, perhaps even as of today, which is fantastic. And that is a resource that could be utilized that way. And also just the art of creating and designing that website. I'd like to do a shout out to all the staff that worked on that.
One of the grants that the team we met with our being on that Arizona Creative was Casa Grande, and they had I think they were awarded a $150,000 grant to illuminate their antique and their lights downtown, their signage, to secure them, to bring them back to life, because they're expensive for each individual light. Wouldn't that be amazing? We have a lot of old signage that's out there that could be brought to life by outside funding somewhere. So, just another idea, but, I think I'm with Mike. I think we need to study this document, get together and make sure that the verbiage, and we're comfortable as a council to move forward with it.
Glad, on behalf of the Arts Advisory Commission, I'd say gladly. We would love to meet with you.
Thank all of you for the work you guys have done. We really appreciate it.
I'd like to point to two pieces of art that are here, not because this is Arts Advisory Commission, but because later in your consent agenda, you have an item about dog portraits for the dog park. This is the type of art that we are asking for permission to put up. It would be work by Patty Cholene, and I think you all saw that, but that's why they're there, not just because they're my dogs, but because.
And I think they're on the consent, but I'm going to recommend that we pull them so you can give a little more detail with them at that point.
Well, then I will be staying for the meeting. All right. Thank you.
Thea.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on, we have Mr. Nate Rector, who's also a member of the Arts Commission, if we could administer his oath.
Okay. Nate, you want to come up? Nate, and I'll state it and then just repeat after me. You want to raise your right hand. And I, your name, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the City of Globe Arts Advisory Commission according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Thank you, Nate. You signed it.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, before we leave this item, two quick follow-ups. Number one, we'll have to check on the ability of, if you donate money for arts to the city, if it is tax deductible or not. My initial answer is no, because we're not a nonprofit, but I'm still working to get a firm answer on whether that's a yes or a no, and so let me hold on that and follow up to clarify. And number two, a big shout out to Melissa Steele, who did a lot of work in preparing for this presentation and working with this the Arts Advisory Commission, and the wonderful PowerPoint and all the legwork she's been doing. So thank you to Melissa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, so for my purposes, it is cities and governments count. So
I'm sorry, go ahead and repeat that.
I was just saying that for my purposes, cities and governments count. So if I donate to a government or a city, then it works for me, but it may not for everybody else.
Thank you. And again, yeah, thank you to the staff working with you to get a lot of these projects. I know they're putting a lot of man hours in there also. And that's what we as a council need to understand, that we support it with it through the staff and make sure that that's understood too. Great. Thank you. So next we have item B. We have public hearing regarding the use of the Community Development Block Grant CDBG fiscal year 2022 funds, and I think we have Alan Urban online from CAG, and we also have some, a PowerPoint on it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and Globe and the citizens of the city. My name is Alan Urban. I represent Central Arizona Governments, which means I work for you as a member of CAG. This hearing is for public input regarding possible projects for consideration by your council for 2021 CDBG grant cycle. I've prepared a small list of topics that need to be covered in this public hearing for public participation tonight. The town can select only one project for the regional allocation and one as a possible state special projects application.
Alan, excuse me, real quick. And Shelley had a quick note or point of order.
Yes,
That,
Mr. Mayor, we need to gavel in the open meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was going to wait.
Sorry, Alan, we'll have to start you over.
That's okay.
We'll go ahead and
Make sure the protocol.
public hearing.
thank you. Alan, go ahead.
Okay. So the hearing this evening is for public input regarding possible projects for consideration by council for the 2021 CDBG grant cycle. We have a small list of topics that need to be covered in this public participation hearing. The town can select only one project for the regional allocation and one as a possible state special projects application. The town is expected to receive an estimated $177,237 in CDBG funds from the Arizona Department of Housing regional account in fiscal year 2021. That is down from the $223,627 from last year. That's what happens from budget to budget year. The allocation for the state special project goes up to $500,000, but that is not a set amount. That's whatever you choose to apply for up to that amount. ADOH will release the exact amount in the spring of 2021. That has already been released, hadn't been released when I wrote this brief. The number is unpredictable. As I mentioned, it goes up and down with the budget. All proposed regional and state special projects must meet one of the three national objectives, one being benefit to low income to moderate income persons in the area. Two would be to alleviate slum and blight in the community. Three would be to address an urgent need of the town, such as a national disaster or community health hazard. The state special projects are competitive. The town can only submit one application. They vary and are limited, as I mentioned, up to $500,000 each. They are not as broad a spectrum of possibilities as the regional account, limited to environmental reviews that are completed for future projects, engineering and architectural planning to be used on the next project that you would apply for, equipment purchases, housing programs, general projects that are ready to implement. Past project performance is reviewed as a qualifier for award on these competitive grants. The city's not applied for SSP funds recently that I'm aware of. I've been here 8 years and I don't think you've applied for one in my time here. We also need to cover what types of projects the town has used CDBG funds for recently. Most recently, I think your last one was street improvements. Prior to that was a fire truck purchase. Prior to that was the elevator construction at the Cobra Valley Arts Center. We also need to mention the town does have what's called a grievance procedure in place, meaning that anyone that needs assistance or has a complaint about a project can contact the city manager, Paul Jepson, with questions. Or they can approach me. Anyone needing technical assistance regarding proposed projects or any information or facility access can always call me at 480-474-9300. That is my office number in Apache Junction. CDBG activities are likely to result in displacement of persons, families, businesses, nonprofit organizations, farms, or anybody else. We try to minimize that displacement, and that's pursuant to a local government will have one on file. Last, we need to identify the town's current needs for potential projects. Only projects identified and listed at tonight's public hearing are eligible to be submitted for consideration as a project during the next hearing, when the town council will select a project from the list that you construct tonight. So nothing can be added to that list between this hearing and the next one. We are open to suggestions and questions from council and the public at this time.
Questions for Alan? Council?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Fernando.
a couple questions. So at one point, it was Superior, Town of Miami, and Globe all pulled our money together, and we would take turns applying for that. So is this 177, is that just our money, or is it a pooled amount that won't be available again until it's our turn again?
The latter. You are still in that three-way partnership, but what has happened is a couple of things. One is that Pinal County and several of the communities therein pulled out of the CAG pool, and so that divided the amount of money that was being subdivided amongst the communities in the CAG region, so that diminished the general pot of money. And the budget out of Washington has been diminished over time. So that's what has diminished the amount. I believe the last time that Globe received their allocation, their 3-year allocation, it was a little over $400,000 and has gone down ever since. For example, just this spring, our regional allocation went down again. And so this was last year, the 3-year allocation was $223,000 plus. This year it went down enough by $50,000 a year that now the 3-year allocation is only $177,000. But that was a budget adjustment that came out of Washington. That was not another hit by losing partners in your trio.
The last one I was involved with required us to go out and do an income survey. Are we compliant with that portion of it?
That has been a hit and miss situation, sir. So it used to be that they did it only in between the census counts. Since that census was suspended early on this go round, it is unclear as to what they will do on this particular allocation. We did a census when we did the fire truck purchase. It is my hope that they will let that stand due to the circumstances of COVID, and we'll just apply that to this particular project as well. With that, what's called a special income survey that we did in order to get your fire truck purchased, I'm hoping that they will let that stand because of the circumstances and not try and make us do another one. It would make sense. I mean, they stopped the census because of that. They didn't want them going out and doing the census door to door. So I would think they would follow through with that and not want us to do an income survey for a community for the same reason. I don't know that for a fact, but that would be my expectation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ellen? Ellen, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
The 175,000 balance, is that the total amount that we would receive, or is there still administration fees that we'll still need to take out of there?
We would still take administration fee out of that.
So it'll be less than the 175 that you,
Yeah.
the total amount, okay.
So right now we're looking, the last time we took about 11%.
11%?
We've been doing is as the allocations went down, we have reduced the administration fee that we take out.
About 17,000.
Yeah, about 17 grand.
Okay.
One question on the allocation. I understand the amount of money we lost because of Pinal going independent on their own and taking a lot of the funds with them because of their population. But is there a reason for Washington decreasing our amount? Is that just rural areas, or is that straight across the board statewide?
I don't know that I can answer that accurately, sir, but I do know that Pinal County's allocation also went down, which is the other one in our group, which I looked at.
Go ahead, Mike.
Thank you, Alan. 3 out of the 5 items are less than the allocated money. what would happen if we were to go for the Type 3 engine? Where would the excess money come from?
Well, imagine, we'd have to pay out of.
We'd have to come up
We'd
with that.
have
So
to-
this would be an additional, okay. And then we talked about a lease program for the Type 3. Can you elaborate a little
And,
bit on that?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to go through kind of just a quick 2-minute presentation by each member, and just let me segue to council. In preparation for this, we got the directors together and asked everybody, if you would be, if you have ideas for how we should use this community development block grant money. We had a meeting, we talked about ideas. We took all the ideas that came up with and put them into these 5. And I just would like to give each director or team a chance to kind of go through there. And then once you hear that presentation, I think then we go back to Alan, and because Alan has some opinions on the compatibility. It's actually up to him to decide which one is compatible. If we will have to rank them 1 through 5, and then Alan will take the first one, say, is it compatible? Does it work? If not, he'll go to 2, 3, 4. So unless there's any more questions for Alan, I'm gonna. And I think.
Question.
Go ahead, Mike.
So, Paul, you're saying that although the projects are listed on this sheet as 1, 2 through 5, that isn't necessarily the order.
No, that just happened to be how I opened my emails and put them in there.
All right.
So
This list is going to change,
so
obviously.
you can tell who emailed me first, though.
Right.
Paul, if I might.
Yes.
So the one thing you want to remember on the CDBG funding is that it's an all or nothing allocation. So the one thing you don't want to do is send money back.
Most definitely.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Alan, I fully understand that you're probably going to break some hearts tonight on some of these, but that's okay. We're going to present them for better, for worse, and then let's have that conversation. Okay.
Mike, go ahead. You got another question?
Alan, with this list, you've got this list sitting in front of you.
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so could we add to any one of those items to make maybe 2 projects under one allocation?
You cannot.
Oh, we can't?
You can only do one project per allocation. You can expand. If you stay in the same category, you could possibly expand some of these concepts.
Okay.
But you can't do what they call a shopping list. You can't try and do 2 different concepts under the same allocation.
Oh, no, I want to do one concept under one line item there.
And
so,
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Pastor, Alan, so let's say that we morphed number 2, demolition of a specific site, into demolition of existing city sites, and we had multiple city sites.
yes.
Would that?
So, in that sense, you're attaching the same subject on multiple sites. Parks would be another one. If you were looking at a park and you were doing facilities improvements and you did multiple parks, it's the same category. It's the same type of function. But if you tried to do the demo and a park, that would be a non-starter.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think the idea is one contract, one price, one check. That's
correct.
Okay. So
I just got one more comment, Paul, before we get started. Being a part of the e-board from CAG for the last 4 years, this Pinal County, when they went independent on us, really hurt our rural communities. I mean, our last allocation was over $450,000 when we bought the fire truck, and now you see where we're at now because of what happened. The rural cities have really suffered because of this. So
Thank Casa Grande for starting it.
So we'll start with the first one, I guess. We'll go down the line and start with Chief Robinson.
correct. And Chief Robinson, the type 3, estimated cost, 450,000. Options are a lease or city fund balance. And Gary's the point person. Gary, go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
All right, keep it short, Mr. Mayor, council members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can't hear you very well. Is it on?
Is that better?
Yeah.
I'll just speak up a little. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you again. As you're all aware, we continue to work towards trying to find a way to fund this important piece of equipment. We've continued to emphasize the uses of this truck. Not only does it serve a function within the city, it also serves a function in the area surrounding the city, as well as in our response partners with the U.S. Forest Service, the Bureau of Land Management, Arizona State Forestry, as a resource that's available to them. Some of you may be aware that we responded a truck to Tonto Basin recently for a fire in Pumpkin Center. Those type of uses, are an opportunity for us to not only help those response partners, but also to bring some revenue back in that can in turn help pay for additional equipment. The estimated cost, and there's another item on tonight's agenda that I'll bring forward. We continue to look for that. The estimated cost right now, we're about $450,000. Is the estimated cost for that type of equipment with the capabilities that it has. The way I understand that, and maybe I'm wrong, but I believe Alan could probably clarify, is that if we were to use CDBG funds for that amount, and then lease the remainder, that lease would have to be paid off within a short period of time, versus an outright payment from general funds. But it, clearly the funds available through CDBG will not cover the entire cost of the equipment we're looking at. We continue to, I continue to look for opportunities to fund this, again, through grant funding, through a potential lease purchase option that we're working on as well. Are there any questions related to?
Mayor?
Go ahead, Fernando.
Sorry, this is like a
Oh,
keep bugging you. But anyways, this is the brush. This is a truck that we can actually use for the wildland fires, which would, in essence, generate revenue if there's wildland fires. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. So the capabilities of this truck, typically these are, they're a little bit larger truck. They're an all-wheel drive truck. It has a larger tanks, typically between 500 and 750 gallons of water on it, with our specifications call for at least 1,000 gallon per minute pump, which allows it to be used in an urban environment as well as a wildland environment. It can get around it.
Which has the ability to generate revenue and pay for itself.
If it's out on a fire.
If it's out on fires.
No. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, and just a little commentary on this. The title of this slide is "Which is the best fit for community development block grant funding?" We want to take advantage of all the funding that we have, because there's multiple funding sources for many things, but we want to find what project that we're looking for fits this allocation of money. It doesn't mean that if four of these projects are not going to get funded, and that doesn't mean that they're off the table. We'll just keep looking for other funding sources, and so they're all very important sources. And I would say the two negatives on using CDBG money for the Type 3 is the fact is it's not nearly enough money, and the lease program, with it generating revenue, as Councilman Shipley pointed out, is a feedback loop. So each year we have it generates money. We use that to pay back the lease, and so it really does put it into a model of paying for itself rather than a lump sum and then filling back the budget. And so that's pretty enticing of an option too. But that was the fire's recommendation, and so we wanted to put that on there. Unless there's any more questions on Gary, we can go on to
one more question for Chief. Chief, on the lease amount, you anticipate that to be around 150,000 a year then? Is that what we're looking at if we do some kind of lease purchase on it?
So if you were talking a lease purchase, that's going to depend on your terms. The apparatus manufacturers, they have multiple different terms, and they're very flexible. Their interest rates are extremely good, and then there's a lot of advantages municipalities can take advantage of in that type of a program. And just to emphasize, the truck does have, it does have that capacity to generate revenue and stuff like that. But, with our fleet being the way it is, it's important that we start thinking about the future of how we support operations within the city as well. And that is a primary function of this truck, and is to serve the city while it does have the capacity to do that.
And then just one more question, a comment. The hourly rate on a Type 3 engine, a new Type 3 engine to go out on a contract?
The hourly rate, they're moving towards a daily rate, but typically your hourly rates are somewhere in the neighborhood of $130 an hour.
And that's 16-hour days, 14-day assignments. So you can do the math on that. That's just the truck, that's not the manpower. Okay. Right. And then just one last comment, if it's still the same it was when I was there, we truly don't have an apparatus and can cross Pinal Creek if we have an incident at the sewer plant when the water is running.
We do not. We don't have that capability. We also, when it seems like we're getting snowstorms at least once a year these days. Some of the capabilities of moving apparatus around within the city, we start to really grow concerned about those big heavy trucks on the road during those times. Having that capacity of an all-wheel drive engine would be a very beneficial, considering the terrain we operate in.
Any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
All right, Mayor, members of council, thank you. And so next we go to the demolition project. And Chris, do you want to speak to that one?
Mr. Mayor,
Jesse.
I have a question, and I guess this would be for Alan. What would be the difference between the state special project up to $500,000? So if we applied for that, is that added to the $177,000 that we might get, or are these two complete different things?
It is
Uh-oh.
two complete things. The state projects, number one, is competitive statewide. Number two, it's not a set amount.
Sure.
So you can tailor the ask to your needs. The other is that it is very limited in its scope, whereas under your regional account, you can do anything from social services to the fire truck to a street, etc. It's a much narrower scope on the state special projects. So engineering, general categories, but it has a short list. So it's a different focus of projects, but it happens to be for mod population, communities, etc. But so it has a little bit different parameters. And that one is on a 2-year cycle. So it's not, the application would not be on the same timetable. That application would not go in at the same time as your regional application. It wouldn't be literally until next year that one would go into ADOH.
Okay, thank you.
But Mr. Mayor, members of council, to Councilman Letham's question, I think once we get through this part, we look at the compatibility of these for the secondary source of funding. Good catch.
Mayor, can I ask Alan a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Alan, is it unprecedented for two communities going together on a grant? Or does that help, not help? Is that possible, not possible?
I'll have to admit, I'm not sure about that. I don't know how you would work that. That one I would have to look into. The partnering like you folks have done is common practice. To actually go on in together on a grant application, that one I'm not aware of.
Okay.
But if you don't mind, before we leave the special projects category, equipment purchases is one of the categories under state special projects. And that again, has the up to the $500,000 category. So.
Thank you. And so, Chris, do you want to talk about demolition projects in general? It might be a
Good evening,
location.
Mayor, members of the council. One of the projects we looked at was demoing the medical facility that we purchased for the future fire station. We thought initially that this would be a good project for that money, but two things are going on. One, the price to do so is considerably less than the $177,000, and we would have to give back the balance that we would get if we did it with that money. So unless we had another demolition project or environmental cleanup sort of thing to go along with that, this wouldn't be the best fit for that money, and we just have to continue to look at other options to,
Mr. Mayor.
you know, to find funding for that.
Go ahead, Jesse.
If we talked in general and not just about building on Ash and Third, what other projects, city manager, would you think this falls under?
And I'll defer to Councilmember Pastor, who had this question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since I've been appointed to the library committee and have attended two meetings, I believe. No, one meeting with the committee and then one meeting with Ray L. at the library. The rogue building down there has become a bigger problem than what was anticipated when Adria put in the grant. We've got leakage in the roof that's slowly deteriorating the building. I believe the remediation of the mold and everything, they cleaned it out, but with all the leakage and everything that's going on in the building now, it's starting to build back up.
And
So when I was talking to Paul about this, I says, well, let's just tear the damn thing down. We were going to tear half of it down anyways. And let's make a bigger parking lot for the library. And there's also the project I have a little trouble with, the TP project, but there's going to be more traffic in that area if even that project goes through. So could we combine preparing the fire station lot and tearing the rogue building down? Probably cheaper to tear it down than to rebuild it at this point.
That would, I think the two together would be,
Viable project,
yes.
just a suggestion to look at.
Thank you, Mike.
oh, thank you. And Chris, just a quick recap. Do you remember what the status is of the studies on the rogue building? I mean, there was some remediation done, but there's some more to do.
Yeah, they did an asbestos abatement back, probably about 2012 or so. And then recently they did another one. They went back in there and found some more. And then they took that out. That's my limited knowledge on that.
Did they ever remove that?
The second batch?
Yeah, because according to the library folks, there's a big pile of debris in the middle of the building. I'm not going to go in there because I'm not going to put myself in that environment.
Well, what happened was the roof is leaking by one of the drains on the outside, and it saturated some sheetrock, and the sheetrock fell down.
Okay. So the building's slowly deteriorating. Very fast. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chris?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and now for the community center park revitalization project, it's John and Linda. The arm wrestle for it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you this evening to go over this request. As we kick off our budget cycle, Most of you already know every year we kind of take a couple bites out of some of our ball fields and request for parks equipment and supplies and, refurbishing areas. I feel that, normally we provide a wants and needs type of list before we come before you. I believe we're at a crossroads. With this last year with COVID and the constant cleaning and spraying of equipment, our equipment and play areas are 23 years old. With this every day, every other day spraying of the equipment, you're going to see we're seeing a lot of deterioration. And coming forward to you as far as hoping to reopen soon our community areas, this request for you is actually going to be centered around our community center. Because like I said, going there last night, ball fields are active. We see it, the community's coming back out. We still have restrictions, but I believe once these open up, we're going to start looking at a lot of equipment that we're going to need to replace. And I think this would be a great step in that direction for the bathrooms, our community play areas. Some of the other outlining areas have fallen victim to vandalism. Jersetti Park, actually, that was set on fire a few years ago, and that's never been able to be refurbished. Community play areas, as far as the playground equipment, can range from 50,000 to 140,000 easy, and that's not with the construction and the material that to stabilize around the areas for safety. So coming before you this evening, I'll let Linda take a moment also. That's my biggest concerns going forward once we start opening up, and as indicating the staff report, this is one of the biggest areas that we actually get hit. When we have staff out in the community doing work, concerns, requests, questions of when we're going to update some of this equipment. We've recently completed the first part of the dog park, and we're going to hopefully be finishing the second. So we're also initiating, going into our CIP process, the refurbishment of a second field that's going to be used as well. So you'll see a lot of that coming forward in the CIP, but I believe this would be a definite improvement and help in that direction.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John and I sat down and when we were sifting through everything, how could we make the biggest impact at the community center? Right now we have opportunities. Stars are aligning. We have stakeholders that are coming to us and asking what our community focus is, what are our community priorities, and we've done our community work. We've built upon the foundation. We've done the Recharge Our Community Economy series. We've done the Vitalist process that had led to the Cobra Valley Community Action Plan, and most recently we've initiated a recreation survey to our community, and we have an active application to NPS for the development of a not just a parks master plan, but a recreational master plan, and that our stakeholders are asking where is our community priorities? Is it an aquatic center? Is it a refurb of the community center pool? Is it the rehab of all of our community parks? And I'm surprised, Thea, you didn't mention this about our parks, but we have the most number of parks per capita of any community in, is it Arizona or the US? Arizona. So that's really something. I think it tells where our community is and what we valued in the past. And so if we were to be able to apply this 177,000, it would check off a lot of boxes on our community center wish list, without discussing the elephant in the room, the pool, to do all the rehab that we went over, which would be, well, lighting alone at the 3 fields is nearly $1 million, but it's amazing. So then there's bathroom refurb, there's playground equipment replacement, a potential splash pad, concession and showers rebuild, and of course the general rehab at the T-Ball, Trujillo, Hagen, and Sawaya fields. So that comes to $690. And so if we are able to apply that 177 to this, going to our community partners and showing that this is where our focus is, And we are listening to the community. The community has told us time and again that recreation is an economic opportunity, and it's also a way for us to increase the quality of life for our residents as well as attract new visitors. It's of the Cobra Valley Collaborative Action Plan. It's what was identified as one of 3 community priorities. So I think if we are taking the time and investing our time and resources into these community initiatives, we should listen to our community. They're telling us what their priorities are, and so we're just making the wish list. And it would be incredible to say that we could invest that into this community center revitalization, really, and make it the crown jewel of recreation for not just the city of Globe, but for our entire region. It's so highly utilized, especially in this time of COVID. But the adult softball league is back in action from March to at the end of October. We have wonderful weather. We've come to council before, and I have seconds left, but if this is not just an opportunity, to increase the quality of life, but it's also an opportunity for us to attract the types of events and the types of travel leagues that could bring back money, and we could bring that additional revenue into the city. Any questions?
Questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, what John speaks is true, that every year we put rehabs for different parts of the parks and some of the recreation facilities, and not all of it, but usually something from that list hits the cutting room floor as we try to balance the budget and allocate priorities. And it's a tough one. It's one that at some point I think we do need to sit down and just make an investment. The second thing is, when you're dealing with regional partners, leveraging funds is always a good opportunity. Now, this would have to be one standalone project, one bid, one price, but it's something that we can say, this is where we're going, who wants to come with us? And so it does make a strong case for leveraging money, additional money for parks.
Mike, you got a question?
So, John, how many parks do we have?
Now with the play areas, we actually have 6 that have play areas in them. 5 of them are the ones that I said the outdated equipment. The 6th one's actually OD Mine Park, which Thea is quite aware of. Okay. And that one's the newest one that we have.
So is that
we have additional like Round Mountain Park, but there's no play areas in that. It's just maintenance.
So like Giuseppe Park, and
yes,
I think there's a park.
Giuseppe, Ryan Park, Keanu Park on Euclid. Yeah, this would be those surrounding.
Okay,
that's part of the 5.
Ones.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mike, you.
Mayor?
Well, I got Mike first, Fernando. Go ahead.
Okay.
John and Linda, thank you for your presentation. Would any of the dollar amount include ballpark refurb, like bleachers or what have you?
If you've remember a few years back, we've actually made several requests as far as bleachers. We actually have replaced those. We're still in the process, and you may see some of that on CIP. Okay. But we've actually purchased at least 6 sets of bleachers in the past 4 years. So we've actually made great stride there. Some of the other improvements we've made is some backstop fencing and such. Right. Now we're actually trying to look at some of the bigger ticket items with the playground equipment. Like Linda mentioned, the ball field lighting, we received some pricing anywhere from $130,000 to $430,000 for one field. One field, that's Hagen Field, the baseball field. That was $430,000 as of today. Wow. So they're really, we'll search additional funding for those bigger items, but for the playground equipment specifically and the bathrooms meeting ADA requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Fernando, go ahead.
We're just missing one bullet point on this, and that's disc golf.
Be perfect up there.
Not that I'm biased or anything, but yeah.
I agree.
Great segue. Going back to potential leveraging of partnerships and investments, we applied for the Diamondback grant 3 years ago, and we received really good feedback on our grant application. Part of the feedback was we we requested the funding for improvement on Hagen and Trujillo. And the reason why it didn't score as highly is it wasn't part of an overall park improvement plan. It was two isolated park improvements, but to make it a stronger application, if we can say in our Diamondback grant that our Globe City Council is investing CDBG funding in this improvement at this area of the park, that we would make a much stronger application to the Diamondbacks for the full rehab, really, of Hagen and Trujillo. And other communities that have leveraged this and done it well are Payson, communities in the East Valley, Santan. And so we've been encouraged to reapply it, especially if this is part of a grander scheme, and our partners would help walk our application and introduce it. So this would be a good time to do so.
Yeah, John, Linda, I have a comment or question on, it's too bad that we don't have more funding available that we could hit other parks, but if we do that, we're diluting the money, and we really should concentrate on one area. I would think, my opinion is, I think we're going to have to make that big decision here in the future, or as we go through the budget process, and what are we doing with our community center pool? And it's out there. I mean, recreation was one of the topics or one of the priorities in our community, and if we're even considering that pool, then we should hopefully be able to upgrade that community center. It's already you guys do an amazing job keeping that up. But with the upgrades and new equipment and stuff in that area, and possible pool maybe, that would be an amazing area to be able to invest some money in. Questions for?
Mayor, if there are no other questions, we'll move on to requests coming out of PD, but really for the whole city. Startup funds for victim advocate and mental health coordinator. They got 4 minutes because there are two of them. You get two. Two-ish.
Good evening, council. Good evening, Mayor. When this was brought to my attention, Paul and I had a long discussions concerning this. As you all know, and you've heard me speak of it, we're getting prepared to open up the Victim Advocacy Center here for the first time in the Southern Gila County area in Globe. We put a lot of work into it. And one of the things that is going to be desperately needed is an actual victim advocate to navigate the court system and the different things. We all experience firsthand how important it is when we have a major incident like the Jammer shooting to have somebody available to help the victims navigate through the process, because it's an ongoing process for a number of years, and we were lacking that. In addition to that, we also have identified the fact that we do have some mental health crises within our community. So both of those specific areas are in much need of attention, and we're addressing those in a couple of different ways. At the end of the day, my concern is the ongoing funding for this particular position, because it's an actual body position, and so we might be able to pay for the first year depending on how we set it up and what the standards are for it, but the ongoing funding is going to be very difficult. The second thing is tomorrow is going to be the first meeting of all the law enforcement entities, not only in the Southern Gila County area, there's some from Northern Gila County, but also Graham County, and we're meeting here in Globe tomorrow to try to formulate a coalition for ongoing combined resources to address the need that our victims have throughout the region. Right now, whether you're with Safford and having to go to the Tucson area or even Sierra Vista area for SANE exams, or if you're in Globe or Payson and having to go to Scottsdale or Mesa, it's detrimental to the service that we provide our victims. So in working with that, the second area of address that we're going to be talking about tomorrow in this meeting is how do we address some of the ongoing and ever-growing mental health issues within all of our communities. Because across the region, as it's been well documented in recent articles, there are areas of much needed improvement. So my recommendation moving forward and discussing this with Paul is Once we get through the process of forming the partnerships for the advocacy center with the other regional law enforcement agencies, much like Linda had articulated gracefully concerning the partnerships needed for a better opportunity for grants, that opens the door for us for ongoing grant funding for positions such as victim advocates or mental health coordinators or navigators, or however you want to refer to. We looked at kind of combining the two, and as Thea could probably tell you with her background in research, there is a much higher level of need of education and stuff for the mental health coordinator in the way that law enforcement and the region would be using that. So there are specific needs that we would have to address throughout both of those. So the recommendation coming from me and to Paul and to council and the mayor is that we hold off on this and let us keep going through the process that we're going through right now, formulating those partnerships to see where that might land us, and then try to find a better funding source for ongoing funding for an actual position, because that's what this is ongoing funds.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is something that we need to get ahead of. We need to be proactive on. It's an idea that may not be the best fit for community development block grant. I think Alan will share that with you because it's position based. But I think we'll have to find where this can fit in. I think it's becoming a priority that we can't look the other way on. And we have we're a professional city. We're a responsive city with good services, and this is the one area where there are good services here in the area. We just need to help get the people, the right people to the right place. And so if this does not make it through the community development block grant, you'll see this return probably a little bit more refined format with some other funding options.
Any question? Chief, one question: with Best Care coming in, East Globe sold, you anticipate any benefit from that to the first responders with that mental health facility there, or behavioral health facility?
There's a number of things coming in the city of Globe right now that I think are going to be hugely beneficial to the overall community and first responders. I would tell you that the number one thing that I think would benefit us the most is to coordinate an actual monthly meetings with them, and that's our next set of monthly meetings that the police department's putting together for an outreach. There is some addiction recovery groups coming in. There are some new mental health groups coming in. There's some improvements with current groups that are here that they're adding personnel and stuff. But I think much like with a lot of the things to do with domestic violence and different things like that, there's a lot of silos out there. So we're trying to work as kind of the umbrella of that to try to bring everybody together to share resources and to have a central repository to go to. So I think that advocate or the navigator in that respect would be gratefully or hugely successful. Some of the things that you're seeing some of these positions do and some of the larger agencies are more meant for like mental health pickups for the initial contact. That would be combined with police and potentially fire as a kind of a task force type thing that go out. In my 2.5 years here, we just really haven't had that. But what we have had is a lot of people that are in dire straits for some type of either substance abuse programs, mental health programs, or advocates within that group to kind of guide them. There are some very good nonprofits. There are some very good facilities within the region, and there's more coming. But having that knowledge base and where they're all communicating together is kind of the goal that we're going for.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, these types of services are happening now. We do support victims. We do try to find locations. It's being done by our sworn officers and our fire department, who when the need is there, they pick up the slack and they do the right thing. They pull the OT. They make that happen. Having this takes that burden off of the fire and police, allow them to do what they do very well, and then have someone who knows the terrain and knows you know, who to call and how to deal with this. It's just a good fit, and it will help take some of that pressure. We have very sincere police officers who spend a lot of time working with people and learning about them, and they're frustrated because they just don't have the time to spend because they have to get back on their job. So the secondary advantage is helping to free up and allow the sworn and the firemen to do their jobs.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that wraps up. Oh wait, no, we have one more presenter.
You're out, Jerry.
Jerry, same admonition, 2 minutes.
Yeah, that'll happen. So I want to start out with a quote. In order to support existing businesses and attract new companies to the city of Globe, the availability of infrastructure in both quality and quantity is imperative. City of Globe has recognized the need to reinvest in the city's infrastructure. Fortunately, the citizens of Globe have responded positively and supported the city's current efforts. It's a quote from our general plan. And I think it's important to note that that infrastructure in the city, especially the streets, tick a lot of boxes. You know, they also, besides transportation, they protect our assets. Our 129 miles of roadway probably is our biggest asset, our most expensive asset. Our biggest asset would be our people. But our most expensive asset in the city, to replace those roads would cost about $630-some million. So I listed that on what I gave you. So I think it's important to note that that it also ticks the box on the presentation I made in August of 2018 that the council directed me to move forward on for the 20-year plan for the asphalt replacement and revitalization. We're a little bit behind in that right now, but you know, some of the areas that we really save towards some of these bigger projects are areas that we cannot chip seal, that we cannot fog coat, that we cannot do the minor $4 a square yard fix on. So what I'm proposing this year does a couple of things. Is that it asphalts an area that we need to repair the water lines in that we've had continual problem in. It will be on the CIP for next year. And it also is on both sides of a brand new development that we have coming in at the East Globe High School. So, but in addition to that, on the 4th Street, if you drive down 4th Street all the way, you'll find that you probably won't do it twice because the road is that bad. So, you know, it's one of those roads that we've saved back for the additional funding that we could get from some of these bigger projects. Could we fund it from other sources? Of course we could. But we would have to take away from the chip seals and the fog coats and the striping and some of the things that, some of the things that we have scheduled right now. So, so what I'm telling you is we have $177,000 that we could put towards the asphalt in this area. We could supplement it with half-cent excise and do a project of about $240,000. I think it's really important, and I'm going away from the infrastructure here, and I'm going to talk about just a little bit about all the projects because they're all great projects. I think that the council has to prioritize them in an order that we can take to the next hearing and let Alan go to ADOH and say, this is our first priority. Is it viable that we can do it? What do we have to do? Do we have to do a survey? What do we have to do? And I think that that's where we need to go. Jump in, Alan, if I'm wrong on any of this. But, you know, there is special state special projects that we also can apply for. They are, like Alan said, up to $500,000. I think there's a couple of these projects that this might be a better fit for those, especially if we pull this off, and because we don't really have to have a priority list for the state special projects tonight. Okay, but we do have to recognize that they're out there, and we had to introduce them to council tonight. But we can't postpone them. So I think that that some of these projects, or a couple of these projects, would be really good fits on that, whether it be equipment or whether it be, I think the demo was a really good one, especially if we incorporate some of the blight into that. It would be very competitive. So I think that's good. I think that one thing John and Linda might have missed when they presented their project is when they apply for a CIP item, all that money's out of the general fund. There's none of it out of other funding sources. So this CDBG might be a great fit for them. I think that when it comes right down to it, of course, the infrastructure, whether it be for the parks or for the streets, is the better fit. So that's my opinion, and I will take any questions.
Question for Jerry? You did a good
Is that
job.
enough?
Thank you, Jerry.
So Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think if Alan has any comments before you start debating, or Alan, anything you want to share before council starts their discussion?
So yes, so the one thing, well, a couple of things. One, on your state special projects, you have to remember that it is very competitive and that is statewide. So you're competing against everybody else in the state, not just within the CAG region. So it gets very competitive. So that's not a given like your regional allocation is. Doesn't mean you can't get it, but it means that there's a good possibility that you won't get it. So it's not like your regional allocation that if you cross the T's and dot the I's, it's a done deal. On your, you've talked about expanding a couple of your projects that could fit the allocation. As we mentioned earlier, the one thing you don't have that's available, it's small enough as it is, you certainly don't want to leave any of it on the table. The demo or the remediation on some buildings is definitely a possibility. I don't know of any town nowadays that doesn't have more than one building that could be addressed by hazardous materials or demolition projects. Streets is always an issue. Every community I've been in has got those that can be addressed, and anywhere that you can match other money and leverage the bit of CDBG money that you've got is definitely a plus. Obviously, streets is one of those. On the state special projects, as we've mentioned, I mentioned, Jerry's mentioned, you have time on that one. So that one you can definitely table for this evening, come back and do another hearing at a later time, give each of your departments an opportunity to look at possibilities in that region. As I mentioned, the fire truck is one of those, to look at that more in depth and see what your potentials are there. We can come back and do that application discussion at a later time and do a little more research so that you have a better idea of what opportunities you might want to pursue along that category. I would not have you delete any of the options that you've looked at this evening. I would keep all of them on the list. The next hearing is where you have to make the choice, but it gives you some time between now and the next one to flesh out each one of these. I would not set boundaries on any one of these options. I would fill them out with general category descriptions and not be specific, so that you can look at options in each one of the categories. Like with the demolition of the buildings, I would not restrict that to the medical building. I would talk about categories of need area of buildings that have remediation needs or demolition needs, so that you can evaluate what the community needs might be and not just look at a building or two buildings, so that if you're looking at one of those and they fall out, you can come back at the next hearing and say, well, we've done a survey of XYZ buildings and this one fell out of the mix because it is too big or it's not big enough, and we decided on the third building and the fifth building. I would take a look at those options.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, so Alan, so then the next task would be for council to put these in order, but they, of which one is their highest ranking, and if it qualifies, that one will go?
You don't have to prioritize them tonight.
Okay.
You're just creating a list to choose from at the next meeting.
Okay.
Tonight, you're just creating a list to choose from. At the next meeting, you have to make a choice. And I need to emphasize that at the next meeting, you need to be sure that you're comfortable with that choice. And I will work with Paul and Chris and Jerry between now and your next hearing to ferret out any answers that we need on any of your options to make sure that they're sound choices. Because it used to be that we could submit an application and ADOH would come back and say, you know, this one's pretty weak. We don't really think this fits. Take another shot at it. We don't have that option anymore. With budgets and staffing levels as they've come in the last number of years, we don't get second shots at them anymore. So we need application as a result of your next hearing. So we pretty much get one shot at it.
Okay, so, and Mr. Mayor, members of council, I was thinking we did have to rank them tonight, but it sounds like the only question would be, do you want to move all 5 forward, or is there any you want to take off?
Was I understanding that Chief Walters was putting his recommendation on hold or move it through?
Well, so Alan, what would be your recommendation on the victim advocate mental health coordinator? Does that one have a chance, or do you think that because it's a salaried position? What is your recommendation there?
My concern with the salary position, and I think they discussed this a bit. One of the things on those types of positions, what we ran into previously on, like we looked at a Meals on Wheels project, for example. One of the caveats that came down with the award was to continue the provision of that service for 2 years beyond the grant. So if you're not in a position of funding that position beyond the award, then that gets pretty hairy for you.
So,
and if you fall out on the back end and you get crosswise with ADOH, then HUD may come back on an audit and want to recapture that money, and then that puts you in a bad position for future allocations. So that one could get hairy.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Alan, I mean, I do believe that if this was the project that was selected, we could make that commitment, or council be willing to consider and highly consider making that commitment for future funding. Is there any harm of leading this on? Is there anything, should council, you know, if that's our most, the one that has the least amount of legs, is there any harm for leaving it on the list for now?
No. And I can talk to ADOH. Anything off the list this evening. But I just want to be clear with you about, so that you can think about your options as you go forward, the weaknesses of each one of them, but I wouldn't have you take anything off the list tonight.
Okay. So
I don't want to close any doors. at this point.
Go ahead, Jerry.
Alan, do you think that we should generalize some of these in order to keep them on the list and because once we pass them tonight, this is what the list is.
Because on a couple of these tonight, you've talked about other options like the medical building demolition situation. So I think I would generalize some of these so that you can explore some options and not,
as a, for instance, Alan, we said demolition and environmental mitigation of city-owned properties.
yes. That way, if you're looking at hazardous materials in a building and maybe not demolition, that you might end up with a clean shell that you can work with, then you can do either or.
Right, and then also maybe the fire engine, rather than call out the fire engine, talk about fire equipment.
Yes, you could do that.
And the same way for the community center park, maybe we should call out park revitalization.
And that would be up to your folks there, but yes, you could do that. If there was another part of a different facility or a set of equipment, then they have a choice of fitting that to the budget that you're looking at.
I just think it's important to have that option open to council at the final meeting to say, yes, this project is viable.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Alan, so should we do the motion that includes these abbreviated names? Because we could do fire apparatus, demolition of public sites, park revitalization, healthcare services coordinator, infrastructure, roads. I mean, if we pass those 5 items, that would be stripped down to the bare minimum of what we're looking for. And do we need a vote or just direction?
You will need a vote tonight as to the categories so that you have subject matter that can be posted in the advertising.
Okay.
But I would be fairly broad and relatively generic.
Ellen, I have a question. The park revitalization, is that a strong recommendation also?
Yes, I mean, your folks seem to be, John and Linda seem to have everything lined out. So I would ask them how they feel about that. Like I said, they seem to be pretty specific and direct on what their targets were.
Okay, thank you, Malin. But I asked council are we okay with all 5 projects? I guess that's what we need to ask, it's our decision as to what projects we want to see move forward with the 5 projects presented.
Want a motion to accept?
Yeah, I think we're gonna need a motion.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so
I second.
Just so people so there's no confusion, we're in the public hearing, and right now the motion second is agendized as C. Do you want to, and we need to modify that because we're going to recommend 5 potential, but would you like to read C and then we can then do the vote second? And
You just want to do the generalization of all of them?
I can put in the once you read the item, I think I can read the names that we have worked out and then do a motion second on that. But if Councilman Leatham, if you have it written down ready to go, I think once Mayor reads C, I think you can sound like you're ready to do a motion.
I thought Vice Mayor did it already.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry.
You already made the motion.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor, we also need to move the state special projects forward to another meeting.
Oh, you table that?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Vice
we have a
Mayor.
motion and a second, and I think we need to include the different headings of changing them to equipment and to park revitalization, specific to those, and then that expands it as you do the budget then.
Right.
Instead of how it's stated now.
So I believe the motion in the second is to advance 5 projects of fire apparatus, demolition of buildings on public sites, park revitalization, healthcare services coordinator, and infrastructure roads would be the 5 projects. And I think, do we have to say those would also consider those for possible the special funding afterwards?
I thought he wanted us to. He asked that we table that
Okay,
and
well.
possibly open up to another public hearing to where directors and staff could come back with what for a special. Yes.
So this is specific to the CDBG funding?
Yes. Currently.
I think on demolition, we need to add in remediation or mediation of the building.
Demolition remediation.
BG funding, but one is regional account and one is state special projects. But the state special projects is technically on next year's cycle.
Okay. Oh, I see.
So you have time for that one.
We have motion and second for approval of the project just stated with the names and then expanding the budget through it. Do we have any further discussion? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion passed. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you all. If you have any questions, you all have my number.
You bet. I do. Item D, staff will provide council a preliminary update on the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Paul.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we got word.
We need a point of order. Do we need to close the public?
Oh, yeah.
You should have it listed under public hearing. Is that gonna?
No, we're
going back to special presentations?
Yes, we're going back to special
Okay.
presentation, so you do need to gavel.
Okay. Gavel to close public hearing on the CDBG funding, and we'll open it back to special presentations.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, let me take another sip of water here, sorry. We did get word that Congress has passed and the president signed the American Rescue Plan Act, and that money will be coming forward. It's a portion of a lot of money that has been allocated for many different things. There was a portion in the 9,000 series for us. There's and in that there's still the bill has information, but it is not absolutely clear as to what that qualifies for. Just real quickly, what we know is that the city of Globe will receive $1.75 million in 2 tranches. The first half will come in 60 days from passage. The second half will come 12 months from passage. It must be spent by December 24th. By December of 2024, and is distributed by population. So we have that number. Some of the things that we know is that much of it is meant for reimbursing the city for, and the bill is kind of vague on what it says, but reimbursing for COVID costs is one of the main items that it's meant for, to reinforce or repay the premium pay for eligible workers, to do some spending in with partners with the city, and then to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure. That is what they say it is for. They also say that some things you cannot spend it on. It cannot be spent on public pension funds. So I believe that means that we could not use that for PSPRS. And it cannot be used for tax reductions. And it has to be spent by a certain time period. And the cities and towns are subject to reporting requirements. And so that is the key, is the reporting requirements. Those rules have not been written yet. And do we need to do a line by line item on how much overtime we spent during COVID, how much we spent on PPE to do that? and we can use that money to put into our fund balance or money that has been lost. So it's fresh on the radar. It's coming in 60 days. I believe the best way to handle this is to build, since we're right in the middle of our budget structure, to look at this when we have, by the time we get to the CIP and our budget structure, we should have more information on what it's usable for and what it isn't. We have needs that we talked about tonight. We'll have needs coming up. And so my recommendation, and this is just informational, is that we wait, see what the restrictions are, see what the reporting requirements are, and then allocate this money based on the big picture on everything else that we have going on. We'll have a full presentation on what we need. You've seen partial presentation on some of the needs, and go from there. Now, this money is designed for cities and towns, and to be allocated for our losses during the COVID. We have not even begun to dig into this. There is a whole Title V Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship, and there's 5 areas that have programs. 2 of them I think that are important for us. One is for shuttered venue operators, and the other one for support for restaurant and bars, and those are actually available now for application. So there's a little bit of something for pretty much every aspect of society in here. And I won't go through. I printed off it's about a 600-page bill. I printed off just the index for all the different sections, and that was 9 pages. And so there's a lot more to find out what is available, who it's available for, who qualifies. But I know it's out there. This is not, and the other thing, this is not like the last money we received. This will pass through the state to us, but our understanding is the state cannot add any additional restrictions or requirements on there. That's what we're hearing now. Now, whether that happens or not, I don't know. But I just let you know it's I've seen it in the news, and we've been talking about it. So this will be one of those options that we'll have when we go to our budget and try to put everything together for a plan will meet the needs of the city. And so that's my update. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them. But there's still a lot more to learn about this program.
Any questions for Paul?
Thank you.
Kept it at 5 minutes, Paul.
What's that?
Kept it at 5 minutes.
There's so many questions are to answer. I don't have a lot of answers to this. Just,
Proud of you.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see the blue flag.
Thank you, Paul.
We all have them.
Okay.
Keep working on it.
We'll go to the consent calendar, and matters listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and one vote. Public hearing items are designated with an asterisk. Prior to consideration of the consent agenda, the mayor will ask whether any member of the public wishes to move a public hearing item for separate consideration. Members of the council and/or staff may remove any item for separate consideration also. So item A, consideration of waiver of section 2-4-10 prior discussion rule to allow action on the balance of the consent agenda. Accounts payable, $307,995.93. Consideration of approval of council minutes, February 23rd, 2021 minutes, March 3rd, 2021 minutes, March 9th, 2021 minutes. Consideration of agreements and purchases less than $25,000. Discussion and possible approval of amendment number 1 to contract number PS 2020-0006 with LLR Electric Incorporated for on-call electrical contacting support service to extend their contract term for an additional year in the amount not to exceed $25,000 from account number 50-80-51234 water contractual service and account number 51-80-51234 wastewater contractual services. Discussion and possible approval of amendment number 1 to contract number PS-2018-0070 with Sturgeon Electric Incorporated for on-call electrical Contacting Support Service to extend their contract term for one additional year in amount not to exceed $25,000 from account number 50-80-5123 water, and contractual services and account number 51-80-5123 wastewater contractual services. Discussion and possible approval of amendment number 1 to contract number PS-2020-0007 with David Hom Incorporated for on-call electrical contracting support services to extend their contract term for one additional year in an amount not to exceed $25,000 from account number 50-80-5123 water and contractual services and account number 51-80-51234 wastewater contractual services. We have consideration of donations by the Dog Park Committee of hand-painted portraits of dogs for the dog park fences. Consideration of the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission for the Broad Street Southern Gateway Project located at the corner of Broad Street and Cartonwood. Consideration of the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission recommendations for TallyHo Engineering and Consulting located at 145 South Broad Street. So I ask anybody from the staff, council, or the public if they wish to remove any of these items prior to voting on a consent.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to have item G and item H pulled
Okay.
for a short discussion.
We're gonna pull item F.
Yes, I'd like to pull that one for a short discussion also. Any other ones? Anybody want any of the others pulled?
Mr. Mayor, if there are no other comments or questions, I motion that we approve the consent agenda as read and remove item F, G, and H for further discussion.
Second.
We have motion and second for approval of consent as stated. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. We'll go to item F, consideration of donations of the Dog Park Committee of hand-painted portraits of dogs for the dog park fences. And Thea, you want to explain that a little bit briefly?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the dog park users have created a group that has fundraised so far $6,000 with $4,000 already invested into the park for amenities that the city did not have to pay for. This includes shade cloth, this includes the signs, this includes dog cutouts, the mural that you have approved. The last art idea was having dog portraits, and I have two examples in the front. We spoke to several artists, and Patty Cholene, who's a local artist, gave us the best option. She has charged as much as $800 for the tall portrait, and she's giving us an incredible deal with leaving a little room to actually give back to the park too. So you've got it on my request form. I'm feeling a little off on my numbers, but I think it was 75 and 150, and we were to sell. Sponsors have come and do their dogs for 150 and 250, with the money that is earned from that going back into the park. Some of the things that we're still talking about are things like a locking bulletin board, which is about $800. Just a few things that would help the park patrons wish. Now, this is a little different than most of our donations because people are going to be sponsoring and paying for their dog to have a portrait. Some will not want their dog portraits to remain at the park. They'll just want to take them home, and we're okay with that. It ends up still raising money for a city park. Some we're hoping will let us put these up on the east fence for a year. And at the end of the year, they can then take them home or choose to just let them be a permanent donation to the park. That is the waiver that I attached at the back of my request for permission to donate this to the city. The waiver acknowledges that they understand that this picture that they have personally paid for could get damaged, vandalized, stolen, and they're writing that they understand that, and they're not going to hold the dog park or the city of Globe responsible for that.
And the other approval that you'll need from council is just that the permission for staff to put those, to install those, because you're requesting for staff to install them or at the dog park.
Yes, thank you. I didn't know I had permission for
Well,
these already.
and
That's
Mr. Mayor, members of
Good to know.
council, no, anything like that, a donation,
okay.
is best, that we do the installation, to secure make sure it's secure and safe.
particularly in that location, it is high winds, and we're talking about corrugated metal. So our volunteers are willing, but I think that would be a poor risk mitigation idea. I think Public Works would have a much better idea of how to secure them.
Great idea. John, any comments? You good?
Mayor and council, I'm very thankful for the support that we do get from the dog park committee. You know, if you've already been up there, I mean, people are really utilizing that park tremendously. I had some initial concerns as far as safety and sharp edges once we talk about corrugated metal. But I'm really thankful that she brought these to the council meeting because, you know, reading the report and actually seeing them are two different things. They've actually, their group addressed two of the issues that I was concerned about as far as pre-drilling them for, you know, setting them against the fence line and also having a backing to that. I did speak with Thea earlier before the meeting, the additional concern that it would have once we actually mount them in place as far as the edging, so they're not bent, or we might at that time look and we'll meet and look to see, make sure that is secure. There's no sharp edges. That's my biggest thing, the traffic that we have up there. But other than that, we're good with it, sir.
Thank you, John.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Chief Walters had a comment.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Thea actually answered most of my questions. So like, put me down for 2. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is I do have a question that you brought up because they're going to be personally owned. Because I was looking at this kind of like if you buy a brick for the zoo or something like that and then it stays there forever. We bought them for the police department where I come from. And so the city becomes the victim of it. If they're still going to personally own them where they're going to take them back in a year and they're damaged, who are the victims and how do I get a hold of them? Of the damage, the criminal damage. And would it be your group to have a master list of that? Because if somebody goes up and damages them, they're going to damage several of them, so I will have to know who to contact to do the report. Okay. 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 And then the waivers would be on file with the city?
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I believe that we'll have to work out a way so we can track that down, because I like the idea of the individual waiver form that we need to track. I'm not sure where within the city, probably a picture of, you know, a photograph of that, and we can identify that, and then that way the chief has a victim that he can go and approach and say, your property was damaged, would you like to file a police report? And then we can contact them, no problem. I don't know the mechanics of that, but the chief raises a good point, and we'll have to circle back and figure out what we can put in.
There's tremendous value in these pieces of art, plus there's a lot of sentimental value in them, and so I just want to make sure we're going to be able to contact the victims if something does happen, because my concern is something might happen. That's all. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you again, Thea, for
Mayor?
that. Yes, Freddie, comment.
Thea, so how would the artist do this painting? See, if I wanted one for my dog, I would give the artist a picture of my dog?
The artist has asked for 3 pictures of each dog, and that's on the waiver form. I understand I need to provide 3 pictures to the artist. So hope that should be an attachment that you can see. I hope it's on that request form because I had added it to it. So Yeah, it would be 3 pictures, and I think she's also taking a little bit of feedback. Like she misspelled one of my dog's names, and she just went right back in there and fixed it. Very, very workable.
Okay. All right, thanks.
You want a motion?
Yeah, we'll need a motion for item 4F if there's no other
So-
questions.
Motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept item 4F. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. So we'll go back to item G, and is consideration of the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission for the Broad Street Southern Gateway Project located at the corner of Broad Street and Cottonwood. And Rachel is here to answer any questions that we may have.
I just want to make one comment. It wasn't totally clear in the rendering, but all the things added to the teepee area are not in the parking lot. The signage behind the teepee, the brick wall, or the wall, we haven't confirmed what it would be made out of. It's not taking away any parking spots. And as part of this project, we wanted to encourage a hard surface to be put on the parking space, whether it be asphalt or any type of hard surface, just to preserve that area, make it look a little nicer, the dirt behind the parking, behind the teepee. Are there any other questions?
So they're like bulletin boards that are going to have some kind of depiction of the community, or?
No, they're not bulletin boards. They'll be walls.
Okay.
So they're a little bit more permanent, and we're hoping that on the other side of the wall, the library could put something library related on them as well.
And what's going to be depicted on the front facing the teepee?
Oh, so we were hoping for a wayfinding type thing on one of them to help people find locations, whether it be Beshbagawa or parks around here, things like that. And another with like a welcome to Globe or kind of something like that. The thing that started this whole discussion was when you come in from the north side of Broad, there's that beautiful entrance, like you guys just redid it, it's gorgeous. And we wanted kind of something to give a feeling to the other side of Broad, kind of a bookend, if you will, to it.
Now, so it's not really a depiction of the Native American community to the east of us. It's just a teepee. It's not being designated as a historical figure or something related to, our Native American neighbors. Right?
So, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
As far as I've been told by different members of the community, the teepee has more of a mid-century nod to the style of the artwork, and it is not necessarily accurate to the tribes, the local tribes, or anything like that. It's more of a, like I said, mid-century type of work, and we want to keep it because it has value to people who come from far to see it, and so we wanted it to zhuzh it up a little bit, put landscaping, hardscaping around it, just to add to the quality of it. But no, it's not a tribal type thing. And if it were, we would want to respect that and make sure like a tribe member would paint on it. But as far as the feedback I've gotten by several members of the community who are versed in that style of the sculpture, if you will, or a piece of art, it's really a mid-century type of.
So do you foresee anybody from the tribe creating controversy about it once we make it a focal point in the community?
If they knew the historic, the background of it, I don't think that they would. But we were very open at first to having a tribal member do it. We thought after we learned the history, it would be more disrespectful to have a tribal member make it more in sync with them, because it's not their culture. It's
Right.
It's kind of offensive to assume so.
Yeah, that was kind of my concern, is that, it
Yeah.
has no really relation to with the Apache culture.
Yeah, and we didn't want to be disrespectful at all,
Okay.
while still keeping the history and realizing that it's a more mid-century type of nod to it.
Okay. So there won't be any an information plaque or anything that this is representative of the local.
No.
I hope
anything?
not.
Okay.
And
Well, I would encourage you not
yeah.
to if you're going to go with this project. I'm sure it may create some with the environment that we live in today. You never know what's going to be thrown back at you.
And luckily, we had a lot of feedback from different people who were aware of the historical gravity of that. And
Sure.
so yeah, I did not know that when I first went about this. So I'm grateful that people pointed that out to me.
Mayor? Oh,
Go ahead, Fernando.
I might be able to help a little bit here. I was mayor when the last time that we tried to do some preservation on, and that's when they painted it and did all that stuff. We had a Globe Youth Council at that time, and there was talk about trying to maybe get rid of it. And so the Youth Council rallied around that project. We held some town halls, and at that point, I felt exactly the same way. I was worried that I wanted to have Native American input, since it's really kind of a Native American thing. And I was made quite clear to me that it's not an Apache thing. That is more of a Midwest, Mid-Plains Indian. So they wanted really nothing to do with it. So they're like, that's not our culture. It's not our thing. We don't, that's your, you guys do what you want. And I'm like, oh, okay. And what we did, there was no rhyme or reason to it. It just seemed like a good idea, the best idea we had at the time. So, but I do know that a lot of people do stop and take pictures there because it's different. It's and I would call it more a slice of Americana at that time than I would tribal or anything. Because back in that time, like the Route 66 kind of, there was just a lot of that was part of the motif, and it was kind of a lure and a fun thing to do at that time. But I guess it used to be a pizza shop, and it has quite a history. So it might be neat to have a plaque or something that commemorates what it really is, and that it's not a real TP or anything like that to confuse anybody.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Sherry.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, I just wanted to, being a member of the HPAC, I just wanted to add a little to what Rachel had said. So after the trestle signage was painted and the copper globe was repainted, when the city designated this area as a northern gateway to the city of Globe. So several months ago, HPAC, we developed the concept that this TP project would be an inviting tourist destination and photo op and serve as the Globe's southern gateway designation and anchor the historic downtown district. And that's where I believe that that we were coming from. If we've got a northern one, let's have a southern one that's anchor it. And that's why we're presenting this concept to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Okay.
And council, I just want to add, there are people that take pictures already here, even with it in disarray, with the patching not painted on it. They still come and take pictures often, and that's the feedback we got from the librarian. So
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be something that would be of concern to the local tribe. And Fernando verified, supported that. So I mean, I'm good. You just don't know this day and time. So thank you very much. Mr.
Rachel, I
Mayor.
have a question on is this going to be, is this one of the 12 projects, the funding and how is this project going to come about? Is there going to be funding for it? Is there?
We haven't confirmed funding on it or even brought up the discussion. We wanted to see first your feedback. Like, is this
Okay.
something worth putting our time in and figuring out funding? Is this valuable to the city? We wanted to get a pulse on the feel of it. So.
And the paintings that are on the teepee itself, they aren't necessarily the paintings that need to be there those were just done random.
Not necessarily. Like they said, it's a mid-century type vibe through like this Route 66 culture. As long as it kind of mimics that culture when it was kind of created, we're all for it.
Any other questions for Rachel?
Mayor,
Yes, Fernando, go ahead.
at the time that we were looking at that, there were some ideas that they wanted it out of there. So we talked about actually moving it to a different location just to keep it in the community. But when Public Works looked at it, it had some severe structural issues. So a lot of the wood had termite damage. And so at that point, we knew we couldn't move it. And so that's why it stayed where it was at. And again, the art was it was the best idea that was presented at the time. I don't think it has any significance. So if you guys come up with a better design or concept, then I think you should just go for it.
Great idea.
And that might be a discussion to have with the Arts Commission. As we were thinking about the surroundings of the teepee, the hardscape, the landscape, things like that. When we did our rendering, we didn't even touch the teepee because I think the Arts Commission might have better ideas pertaining to that. So, but we have not opened that discussion with the Arts Commission yet. It's just something that possibly could happen in the future.
Any other questions for Rachel? Not, I'll call for a motion for item 4G.
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the Historical Preservation Advisory Commission concerning the Broad Street Southern Gateway project.
Second. We have a motion and a second for approval of item 4G. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Rachel. So item 4H is consideration of Historic Preservation Advisory Commission recommendations for TallyHo Engineering Consulting located at 145 South Broad Street. Do we have any?
Mr. Mayor,
Who want
if
to
I may?
remove that one? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
Rachel, I first of all, the building you guys are working on, it's a great building. It's a great location. I wish I had the one next to you, but somebody else got it before I got to it.
That's a beautiful building.
Yes.
I like it.
But the only question I have, and it's just, out of my own curiosity, a month ago or so, we had a building proposed with black paint on the side of it, the Jammers building. It got rejected. But then here, we just approved a house on Hill Street that was black and white. Now you guys have proposed your building to be black and white, which is fine. I think it looks great. I actually thought the Jammers building would look great with black, but the council decided it shouldn't go with that recommendation. Is there any reason?
Well, for the black and white, is that what you're asking?
No,
or-
I mean, it's fine. I was just curious why for one building black isn't good, but for a couple more it's okay.
So I wasn't able to vote on this building because I was the designer for it.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
also wasn't able to vote on the Jammers building because I helped with the design on that as well.
Oh, okay.
So if another member of my commission's here to speak.
Sherry, she's out there.
And I'd just like to, I guess, clarify,
Yes.
Mike. I
Oh,
think
excuse me, miss.
The color was not recommended by the Historic Preservation, but the council did pass the color when the owner brought forward that it wasn't a black, it's a dark gray. And we did pass it. The council did pass it, if I remember that right.
Okay.
It was a Historic
I
Preservation.
thought it was originally black and it was,
No, it was Andrea with,
French.
Friends.
Brent, that brought it forward and actually clarified the color, and I think the council did pass it at that time, yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as Rachel said, she did recuse herself. And we did, the other commission members voted because it's not a solid black. And I would speak, it's part of your packet, but these colors are part of the, if you notice, it says that the paint is part of the historic preservation, historic colors. It's Dunn Edwards white picket fence and Benjamin Moore black, and these are historic colors. And it isn't solid; it's broken up. And when you see, I think you've seen in the past, or maybe just our commission has, the building on each side of it. It really, because it's a small building, it does give it a presence, but not an overwhelming presence.
Okay. I was just curious, you know.
I just have.
I think it looks great, black and white. I think black's a good color for some buildings.
Certainly.
I just have a comment. These photos that were given to us, this is very well done. And to that building is really ugly right now, and it doesn't fit in. And for
I wholeheartedly agree.
yeah, I'm sure you do. But I mean, that you all went to the effort to make it fit in to the time period, and yeah, this is very well done.
It's going to be very
Thank you.
nice.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Rachel?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission for TallyHo Engineering and Consulting.
Second.
Motion and second for acceptance of item 4H. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Go to new business, and we have discussion and possible consideration to adopt the City of Globe federal legislative agenda and possible approval of a contract of Nexus Consulting for federal advocacy in the amount not to exceed $40,500 for federal lobbying services to the city, of which $18,000 is to be funded from account number 10-55-54150 Administration COVID Repayment Fund to the city, with remaining $22,500 to be built into the future fiscal year 2021-2022 budget, and request to waive section 24-10A, waive the prior discussion rule. Paul.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you so much. We're trying to do two things at once here. We're looking to bring on a team of federal lobbyists. Those lobbyists will be bound by the City of Globe legislative agenda as the projects that they are to work on. And so we're going to first, I think they mirror each other. In the staff report, you had a list of the federal agenda, which are the 10 items there. You also had a scope of work, which repeated a lot of those, but has had some other additional items in there. Before we go to Bob and Anna, I'm going to have Jerry go ahead and present quickly those key federal items, as many of them are infrastructure, that we're going to ask the Nexus team to help us with. And so, Jerry, do you want to talk just quickly about?
Yes. Mayor, members of council, we've gotten to the point where a lot of the projects that we're chasing involve federal dollars. Perfect example of that is the McMillan tunnel that we're looking at right now. The Army Corps of Engineers is doing a feasibility study on it, or we've asked them to anyway. The other thing is the FEMA remapping that we're looking at. It's taken me years to get them to the table. We need some help in Washington, D.C. We need some help. You know, these are areas that only a lobbyist can help us get the funding on. Also our other grant opportunities, whether it be USDA or any other type of grants. The railroad, I know in the past we've talked to the railroad about some of the fundings, that Tiger grants and so forth that they were chasing. and support. When we go to, as a city, support these other agencies and other cities and even our own, we need help in Washington D.C. We can't do it from here. So I'm asking on behalf of, I chase these grants all the time on behalf of trying to get the federal dollars involved. I think we're at the point now, I agree with Paul, we need to get some federal people involved, federal lobbyists involved.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, the one key item on here is number one, is support of Capstone Pinto Valley Mine. We were on a Zoom meeting a week ago, and they stated of the 600 workers they have there, 300 of them live in the Globe Miami region. These are, we support resolution, but these are actual jobs that if they are able to freeze their project and they have to do layoffs, that will impact us. And then it's a different world out there with the new administration, with the money, and Washington D.C. responds to the squeaky wheel. And if you have someone there squeaking on your behalf, boots on the ground, that knows the Arizona delegation, Bob and Anna are very well known. They work strictly with Arizona municipalities, Arizona clients, and they deal with the Arizona delegation, and are very good at what they do. So if you have any questions, or if you'd like to hear from Bob and Anna, I think it's, Bob, what is it, about 11:30 there in DC right now?
Well, it's 11:42, Paul, and we're just honored to be here.
Okay.
Answer any questions you may have, but it's well past my bedtime.
24-hour service, right, Bob?
That's right.
So
we don't sleep.
The one thing I just wanted to mention, we have a U.S. highway running right through the middle of our city. So, keep that in mind. Wouldn't it be nice to have some help in Washington, D.C., especially when it comes to things that we have no control of?
And there's talk of a $2 trillion infrastructure bill coming. I don't know if it's going to make it, but anyway. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, questions that you have about the contract, the legislative agenda, or questions for Bob and Anna?
Mayor?
Go ahead, Fernando.
I don't really have a question, but just a comment. Not only do they, squeaky wheel concept, but they keep an eye out for legislation for us. And I know a lot of times, lobbyists have a bad name because people just see that as a layer of cost. But when they're looking out for you and they can give you the heads up when an opportunity is coming your way, if you don't have someone in Washington watching out for you, you miss a lot of opportunities. So I feel like your return on investment is always really good to have a representative that's in the room, that's paying attention and is aware of what's going on. And they didn't pay me to say that.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
Bob and Anna, this is Councilman Pastor. Having experienced the last, about 10 years working as a county supervisor and going back to Washington and knowing the importance of dealing with lobbyists and having lobbyists working for you, I'm looking forward to working with you for a lot of good things. I find it interesting that, Anna, you work for Representative Grijalva. I've had the opportunity to sit and talk with him quite a bit over the few years concerning resolution and everything. And Bob, I understand you worked for J.D. Hayworth, so I knew J.D. back when too, so we had a few comments once in a while. But anyways, I'm looking forward to working with both of you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Comments? Questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'd love to hear from Bob just real quick.
Yeah, I got a quick comment too also before from Bob, is I agree also, we're to the point now where we do need that help. Lobbying, I've seen a lot in the legislature in the state being able to go down there and work, work with different bills down there, and you need that insight. You can't get things done unless you have somebody that's in there fighting for you. And I understand Bob and Anna, you guys both work across lines. It doesn't matter what party. You have connections on both sides that can get information and things passed through. and what I understand, you know, I don't think our city takes advantage of colonial funding. And maybe they can help us with colonial funding and bring some return to our community. We're a colonial community, and I don't think our city has taken advantage of that. USDA funding for fire truck, for fire stations and stuff like that. These are things they can help us, I think. So I think it's a good thing at this point where we're at as a city to look at that strongly. So turn it over to you, Bob or Anna.
Well, first of all, Mayor and Council, thank you for the kind words, and Paul, thank you for the introduction. We're just honored to have the opportunity to work for Globe. We represented about 11 public entities in Arizona right now. Lots of small rural cities, mainly. We represent Coconino County too, but we also represent Superior, as you guys know, city of Tolleson, which is about 7,000 people, city of Douglas, trying to get a port of entry down there. We've been successful in bringing over $200 million back to Arizona. So when Councilmember Shipley says it's about return on investment, it certainly is. And we'll help you guys navigate through the federal morass and bureaucracy to help bring money back to Globe. If there is a federal nexus to anything, if you guys have a problem, there's likely a federal solution. And we're happy to help you guys, and we will work with you guys to identify not only existing programs, but potentially new programs that you guys might not be aware of. And I know, Mayor, you just mentioned the Colonia program. That's something that we should take advantage of. Rural development has a lot of opportunities, and there'll be a new rural development director for Arizona, and we can certainly bring him and invite him out here. I just want to let you know, even before we are officially on contract, we're talking to the Army Corps of Engineers. We had a call this morning with Daryl Buxton, who is a third in charge of the LA district, and we talked to him a little bit about the tunnel project, and so that's now on his radar screen, and we will continue to work with those folks to help bring federal dollars. So we're excited to be able to partner with you guys and get some things done for the city. So thanks for this opportunity.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, what a lobbyist firm will do is bring in what they call above the fold money that we wouldn't normally get. Where Arizona's a net donor state, we pay more taxes than we get back, and Nexus will help us get that money back to Globe. I just have one quick question for Bob and Anna. I know you both visited the tunnel before COVID. Did you both make it all the way through? I can't remember. Yes. Anna, I think you did, right?
I did.
Okay, good. And Bob, you were in there.
We both did.
Yep, made it through with all the. So they've seen the tunnel, they've seen the project, and we were this close to having the Corps here visit right before COVID hit, and they grounded all the federal military transportation. So happy we can be picking that project up along with all the other issues. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
can we hear from Anna?
Anna, do you have anything to say?
Oh, absolutely. Well, thank you for the time. And again, it's quite an honor for us to be in front of you. Councilmember Pastor, I might tell you that your cousin was one of my mentors here in DC too. And he offered me an opportunity to come and work for him. And it's one of those things where I turned him down and I ended up working somewhere else. But at the same time, he was always extremely welcoming, and more than anything else, as I said, a mentor. I'm from Tucson. I grew up in Arizona. Again, I grew up with the Chairman Grijalva now, knowing him from school board days. And again, for me, is the opportunity to give back to my home state, the opportunity to bring back resources to my home state. And as Bob said, we represent over 11 entities in the state, and we are extremely proud of the return of investment that we do make for all our clients. So we appreciate the opportunity and looking forward to working with you and making it through the tunnel a couple of times.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, sir.
So are we ready?
Mr. Mayor, there's no other questions or comments. I motion to adopt the City of Globe federal legislative agenda and possible approval of a contract and approve of a contract with Nexus Consulting for federal advocacy in the amount not to exceed $40,500 for federal lobbying services to the city, of which $18,000 is to be funded out of account number 10-55-54150 Admin COVID Repayment Fund to City, with the remaining $22,500 to be built into the future fiscal year 2021-2022 budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of item 5A as read. Is there any further discussion?
We waive the rule first.
Oh, we need, and waive the rules?
Waive the rule. Amend mine.
And also to waive the rules. Any further discussion? Question, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you,
And-
Bob and Anna.
Hey, Bob, before you go, we're coming up with a adoption of the letter. Did you want to hang out for just a quick second?
I can certainly hang out. I'm running on fumes. I'm going to be honest,
Okay.
Paul.
Well, we're going to go pretty quick here.
Okay.
I'm a late owl. He's not. So go ahead.
So we'll go to the next item, which is discussion and consideration of a letter of support for mining operation in the Arizona Copper Corridor. We all have a copy of the letter that was drafted.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I know there's been a conversation about what's going on in resolution, which is potential mining operations. We also learned that the federal government had put a freeze on the operations and the expansion of Capstone, and so we customized this letter, and this is Bob's handiwork with a little bit of smidging by me, to focus on the Capstone side, but still mention our support for resolution. So that's all I wanted to say. You've seen the letter, and if you have any questions for Bob or I, we're here, or Anna.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, just a quick history that the Copper Corridor, some of the cities did sign a joint letter, and we withheld from that because I felt that it was more important that we sign one specifically from Globe, and all our council are able to sign it to them.
You need a motion? Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we support the letter. We make a motion to accept the letter of support for mining operations in the Arizona Copper Corridor.
Second.
Motion and a second for item 5B as read. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Bob, Anna, thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob.
Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
You guys all. We look forward to talking to you soon.
Good night.
Night.
Thank you.
Item C, discussion and consideration of resolution 1831, uncollectible water debt. And Shelley, can you read resolution 1831?
Resolution number 1831, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Globe, Gila County, Arizona, providing for treatment of certain debts owed the city which have been deemed potentially uncollectible, and removing same from the records as assets of the city of Globe, and providing directions for future treatment of same.
Where is my stuff? Okay.
Jody, you there?
I have no sound.
No, we can hear you. You may not be able to hear us.
Mm-hmm.
There she is.
Jody, can you hear us yet?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, yay, we're all together.
The rest of the
Chris came to check on me. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am here again. It's been a full year, believe it or not. And it's time to see if we can get these bad debts
taken out of the city's assets. So I have a PowerPoint. I don't know if it's up there or not because I can't see that screen.
Bringing it up quickly. Hopefully it's a short one.
It's real short, and I'm going to make it quick. So just as always, same thing, the steps that we take to try to collect prior to writing the accounts, just try to contact by phone or reference, send additional notices, and then if we need to submit it to the small claims, if we have a valid forwarding address. If we don't, then of course we can't do that. This year, fortunately, it's less than $4,000. We are only writing off $3,946.63. There it is. Next slide, please. Actually, next two. I went real quick. There we go. So we're down, as you notice in the staff report. This is the fiscal year ending 2020. So this only goes through June 30th of the COVID-19 related stuff yet. So we'll have that to look forward to next year. So this year, it is lower probably than it's been in several years. It's 0.1% of the city's water sales and sewer fees annual revenues, and 32 total accounts. So we did good this year. So I'm just asking to get the resolution approved so I can get these counts written off of the city's books.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody, this doesn't does this impact the COVID issues? It does not, right?
Not yet. That's going to be next year because we didn't turn water due delinquent shutoffs from April to December. So none of those accounts are going to be included in any write-offs until next year.
And Jody, but how did that go? I mean, you guys did a pretty good job of working with people, getting them back in. That month we thought it was gonna be a little bit more hectic or a little bit more painful, but
yeah, fortunately we were able to collect a lot more than we thought we would, and thanks to the Catholic churches and the Community Action Program for stepping up and helping some of our customers, because that really saved them. So yeah, it went a lot better than we thought it was going to. So
was that amount around 50,000 is what I remember?
Jody, do you remember that amount?
Yeah, that's probably what it was originally. I don't know for sure what we ended up final billing and not collecting at the end of that, but it wasn't nearly what I was afraid of.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, Jody, maybe we can follow up with a quick email to the council on what that number was whittled down to.
Sure.
I think many people in Globe wanted to pay their bills and found a way to do that. There's some big amounts. We have support, but I think the Globe should be very proud of those people. We gave them a break, and they didn't necessarily take advantage of us.
For sure.
Question?
Any questions?
So Jody, these 32 accounts, we close them out and their services have been cut off? Or
these accounts that are before you tonight are accounts that were final billed with balances left that were unpaid between July 1 of 2019 and June 30th of 2020.
Okay.
So for that 12 months, these are accounts that were final billed and left unpaid.
Okay. And we cut their services off?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't write them off. If their service is still active, then this number would be constantly changing. So we wouldn't be able to get a final number until we actually stop service and do a final bill.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this is a move forward, not a vote on. So we need a motion to move this to the next.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second to move item 5C to the next available meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Good night.
Item D, 5D is discussion and ratification of submission of the Arizona Governor's Office Highway Safety Grant application for fiscal year 2022 by the Globe Fire Department on March 10, 2021, and approval resolution number 1830 and request to waive section 24-10A prior discussion rule. Shelley, can you read resolution 1830, please?
Mr. Mayor, resolution number 1830, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Globe, Gila County, Arizona, pertaining to the submission of projects for consideration in Arizona's 2022 Highway Safety Plan and appointing the city's fire chief as the city's agent to represent the city's interest in processing of related grants. Is council pleased with the reading?
Yes.
Chief Robinson.
Mayor and council, a few years ago, we implemented a response strategy using a lighter vehicle that we work to keep staffed, that responds to typically EMS incidents, any of our technical rescue incidents, as well as supporting operations along the highway corridors with Tri-City in their responses. The vehicle, we were able to acquire a new 3/4 ton truck. We've equipped that with all of our technical rescue gear. We've equipped that with self-contained breathing apparatus to help that vehicle function in the event that it does respond to fire with personnel. We've been able to equip that with a full complement of EMS gear. One of the things that we found that we're lacking, in particular for supporting the highway responses along the highway corridors, was extrication equipment. We saw an opportunity with funding from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety to fund extrication equipment. We've used that grant previously to help fund that equipment. That equipment costs right around $30,000. That's what we submitted for in the grant. This equipment would include spreaders, which are more commonly known as jaws of life. It includes hydraulic cutters, as well as a hydraulic ram. All of these items would be battery operated, portable, giving them a lot of flexibility in how we can use them. The grant was submitted. The resolution is one of the requirements. The resolution that goes with this is one of the requirements for Governor's Office of Highway Safety in the event that funding is awarded. We've been successful previously with our applications to the Governor's Office of Highway and Safety. We hope to be successful with this one. Continue to work to acquire this equipment. This equipment is intended to be part of my CIP going forward anyway. It's just our hope that we could fund it through a grant opportunity.
Any questions or comments for Chief Robinson? This is a no-match grant too, then?
This is a no-match grant.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to ratify the submission of the GOSH application and motion to waive the prior discussion rule and approve. Resolution number 1830 is presented by the chief.
Second.
Motion and a second for approval of item 5D, ratification. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you, Chief. Item E is discussion and ratification of Assistant Firefighters Grant application for Wildland Urban Interface Pumper.
Starting to feel a little like Jerry just standing.
We can make a motion real fast.
Yeah.
In our continuing efforts to work towards funding the Wildland Urban Interface Pumper, like like I mentioned in the CDBG presentation, we saw through the Assistance Firefighters Grant Program, they continue to place an apparatus component into that grant program, meaning they allocate a portion of that grant, the dollars associated with that grant, towards the purchase of apparatus. We looked at this as an opportunity. These grants are extremely competitive. Having just been awarded, in cooperation with Tri-City Fire District, approximately $390,000. I don't know how well we'll fare with this, but the funding is there. It just took an application to submit for it, and we want to do our due diligence to try and do anything we can to benefit the residents of the community, to ease that burden. That was an opportunity we saw to potentially do that if we're awarded funding. The grant application is for a total of $451,000. That includes a $21,500 match from the city, with $430,000 of that being federal dollars. There is not, there's not any need as far as a waive the rule. This can go forward to a next one. The grant application has been submitted. It was due in February, but we'll see where we end up in the ranking for this, and maybe our application will be competitive enough to warrant funding.
No other questions or comments, Mayor. I move that we ratify the application submitted to the Assistance to Firefighters Grant Program for the purchase of a Wildland urban interface pumper.
We're going to move it forward to the next meeting.
I don't think we have to. We just ratify it.
Or do we just first read?
It's already gone out.
Well, if we get the grant, it'll come back. So this is not the last
Okay.
time. This will
So
be.
you're right.
We'll deal with this. So hopefully it will come back.
Yeah.
You never know if you don't ask.
Mm-hmm.
Second.
Motion is second for approval of item 5E is read. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thanks, Gary.
Good luck on the grants. We go to action items. Item 6A, consideration to appoint council representation to the Downtown Association. And I'm going to nominate myself. And so I will serve as the representative on the board with the Downtown Association. So it will have council have to vote on that.
Here I would make a motion that we appoint you, the Globe City Council's representative for the Downtown Association.
We have motion and second for approval of item 6A. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item 6B, discussion and consideration of approval of entering into contract agreement number CA-2021-0009 with Willdan Engineering in the amount not to exceed $10,000 for building official consulting services and plan review services to the city, to be funded from number 10-550 55-51234 admin contractual services. Paul.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, I think we had the presentation 2 weeks ago. We got the contractual items straightened out. Jeannie's monitoring the meeting if you have any questions, but this is just second read, and unless council has any questions.
Questions or comments on this item?
This is something that we need, the way everything's moving along with all the activity in this community, which is really nice to see. It's important that we do it right and efficiently.
I think there's a bill in the legislature that's being passed that they're requiring a 7-day turnaround for single home dwellings.
Yes, and it's there's some requirements and that we need to stay on top of, and so we pride ourselves in our quick turnaround, but this will give us instant, easy access to a seasoned building official to help us with those calls that we have to make. and keep our consistency and our productivity high.
A motion?
So move.
Second.
A motion for approval of agreement with Willdan Engineering. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Any abstaining? Motion passed. Item 6C, discussion and consideration to award contract number CS-2020-0047 with Alliance Service and Control Specialist for the Bonita Booster Station. Provide and install electrical power and control components project in the amount of $62,813.84, plus a contingency amount of $21,281.38 for totaling $84,095.22, with funds to come from account number 50-80-522200, Water Capital Outlay Construction, with possible reimbursement from WIFA. Jerry.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Gary was in my spot, by the way. But so this is the pump station at Bonita that we built. We've since got the skids in, the pump skids in. The John's guys have done the exterior plumbing, hydro tanks in. What we were short was the electronics, the VFDs and so forth. This contract is actually for a contractor to come in and do all the electrical hookups and so forth to get it going. We had Alliance come in, as the mayor said, at $62,813.84. We had two bidders. One we felt didn't fill in all the blanks, so to speak. So we would like to award this to Alliance and move on and get the pump station going, get some pressure back to G Hill. So this is the tail end of the project over there. After that, we need to redo our VFDs and redo our pressure distribution throughout the city. So.
Jerry, do you know percentage on WIF on this one? Do we have?
So a very small percentage. This particular contract is 100% WIFA.
100% WIF.
Okay, but all the other things, the building, the pump skids, the hydro tank, all that we bought out of water funds because this is the tail end of our WIFA funds.
Okay.
And
so that $300 million is
the 3 million.
3 million. Yeah, 3 million.
I wish it was 300 million.
Yeah. So that's all wiped out now.
So we have about well, we just finished the Wildland job. With this, we'll have about what John, about 100,000 left somewhere in there, and that we want to put on a ranchito that we're having El Ranchito water line replacement that we're having major issues with, and so that'll be the tail end, and we'll actually not be able to do that entire project, but as we said in the CDBG, we don't want to leave any money laying, so we're going to use their money and then supplement with ours. So this is one of the things that the staff has really had to step up and do. We talked about in the focus groups and so forth, we talked about whiplash and so forth, but this is one of the things that we've really had to go the extra mile to get done. If we had to do it again, we may not do it, but we have stretched ourselves thin, but we got the job done. John's guys really stepped up on it. So we're asking this to be the completion of that contract.
Mayor, if there's no other questions or comments, I motion to award contract number CS 2020-0047 with Alliance Services and Control Specialist for the Bonita Booster Station, provide and install electrical power and control components project 2 in the amount of $62,813.84, plus a contingency amount $21,281.38 of totaling $84,095.22, with funds to come from account number 5080-522200, Water Capital Outlay Construction, with possible reimbursement from WIFA.
Motion and second for approval of item 6C as read. Any further discussion? Just thank all the individuals that did the work that got it to this point.
Yeah,
We
they
appreciate that very
really-
much.
All the way from the streets to the parks to the water people, they really stepped up out there.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed. Thank you. Item 6D, discussion and consideration to award contract number CS-2021-0007 to CDX Contracting LLC for the Mesquite Sidewalk and Parking Improvements in the amount of $35,949.27, plus an owner's contingency of 20%, $7,189.85. The funds, $43,139.12 will come from the budgeted funds in account number 12-80-52200, Water Expenditure Capital Outlay Construction.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, you thought you got rid of me, but one more item. So this is the Mesquite Sidewalk project that we've talked about in here before. We've went out to bid previously and weren't successful because we did not have the money budgeted that the contracts came in at. So what the city did was decided to do the demolition and the traffic control themselves. And again, we may not have made the same decision today that we made then, but we did, and we went out to bid, and we overhapped the project by doing that. And but it is a complex project, so we put a 20% contingency on it in case there was anything that came up. We do have a contractor who we haven't worked with before, but we did our due diligence on them, and they've done some really good projects. So we think we'll be very successful up here.
Questions on? Mike?
Yes. Jerry, is there any consideration to doing the sidewalk on the other side of the street, the facing of it, to fill in some of the cracks? And I think there's a couple of chip sections out.
So we can definitely, or John can definitely look at it, and we'll have our engineering staff go down and look at it and see what it's going to take to do it. You know, we're pretty short-handed right now, so
Yeah.
but we can definitely look at it for a future project.
Yeah. Or if we could just patch it, just do a quick patch on it. If you can
Yeah, we can
find
do it.
maybe in that contingency one.
Yeah, I don't think it'll stretch that way. I want to, I want to stay here, not go to jail.
Okay.
But we can definitely take a look at it. We do have a little bit of sidewalk money left.
Yeah, it'll be nice and
that
cleaned
we
up
might
on
be
the
able
one
to
side.
do.
Yeah.
And nothing else, maybe
think
get it
it'd
in
be
the CIP for next year.
Okay. Thanks.
That's a good price. I motion that we accept as presented.
Second.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for approval of item 6D. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstaining? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Next, we go to late agenda items. Do we have any?
Just the addition of the E-session, which will come later in the agenda.
Okay. Second call to the public. Do we have anybody hanging on? No?
But Mr. Mayor, members of council, I just want to call out our sole member of the public here.
Yeah.
Your name again? Fran. Fran called me up and she had questions. She lives over on the loop behind to Marcos, and I have to break her heart and tell her it's a private road. But we're gonna have a conversation afterwards. But I invited her to come down to the meeting. She took me up on that, and she's been a trooper hanging out here. She's new to Globe, excited about being here, and wants to get involved. So Fran, thank you for sticking it out. They usually don't go this long.
They go longer.
They go longer.
They go longer, Fran.
Longer, Fran.
We still got a couple hours.
Fran, we appreciate you coming and sticking it out. Great.
So we're gonna try to take advantage of our people who bring experience and volunteers. So we'll talk again.
Good. Thank you and welcome.
Welcome.
Scheduling.
Seventy, 72 years.
Yeah. Great.
Thank you. Good. It's good to have you.
So item 9, scheduling of meetings.
Yes. So we do have some discussions. We are looking at getting full voted into the our budget sessions. I believe that we would like to offer council the ability to have budget meetings, 3 workshops, and that would be on April 20th, May 4th, and May 18th, and that would help so we don't have super long meetings. I don't know that we'll need how much time we'll need. I know that we usually put a time limit on those meetings. And I know the vice mayor would like a time limit of 15 minutes,
Yeah.
but I would like to say no less than an hour, no more than 2 hours, but I think we can do an hour. So would the council's pleasure be to allow us to schedule as needed those 3 Tuesdays, which are the off Tuesdays?
That's fine with me.
Don't have a choice, I think so.
What
We have
time?
to do
What
it.
time?
What time?
What time, yeah.
What time would council's pleasure to start? 5:30 or 6? Or 5?
Matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me. 6?
Now, you guys know that every extra hour we work, that means our pay's going down, right?
I think 5:30 might be helpful. Should we do that?
Okay, 5:30?
Yeah.
Ready and
Okay, let's say 5:30.
it'll work. It's up to them.
That's all right.
Do you want to do
Let's
6? Councilman Giles? Would 6 be better?
Well,
Yeah.
6 is
Okay.
better for me, but
Okay.
if the majority is 5:30, I'm okay with that.
No,
Six is fine.
6 is fine.
Doesn't matter to me either day.
6 is fine. Okay, so we'll do 6, and I promise it be an hour at the least, no more than 2 hours. We'll try to consolidate.
But you're not going to try to add anything to these budget
Oh,
meetings,
no.
right? It's
No,
just
no, it'll be
strictly
pure budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you like to do that.
I know. That mission creep. No,
Yeah.
I'll be very careful.
Okay.
Okay.
Send us
All
a
right.
memo,
And
Kelly.
what? Yeah. And then there's another part of the picture. We need to get Linda has been working with her representatives from the RCAC, and we'd like to schedule a strategic action plan update retreat with the full council on April 22nd as Thursday, and 4 hours, and that'll be help to get in order for you to better plan the budget that we're moving forward. We need to get you up to speed on where we're at on the strategic action plan. Prior to this meeting, we'll have interviews, and one of the representatives who interviewed last time kind of see where your priorities, if they shifted, changes, and then we'll come together with what you are worried about in the budget and priorities with what our plan is, and then we can quickly make those changes and then get that done before we finalize the budget. So what is availability for Thursday, April 22nd? And we assume it would be daytime, but it doesn't have to be. We're looking at 4 hours. We've done 8 to 12. We've done 10 to 2. We've done, 1 to, 1 to
I'd
5.
rather the morning.
Monday through Friday.
Yeah, I'd rather the morning.
Day.
Well, because we do have guests coming in to help facilitate, so it would have to be a 1 day.
Anytime's good for me.
Anytime's good for me, so you guys pick it. You guys are the...
I'd rather the morning.
4 hours. in the morning.
4 hours.
8 to 12.
You'd rather the evening?
I can't.
Yeah, that really screws me up. I'm not me either. I'm not taking away.
And I know this is really tough. I apologize. We're trying to get this in. It's just with the travel times and the COVID lifting and everybody getting arranged that,
Can it be a Thursday? Can it be a Monday?
Linda, can it be a Monday? They're flying in that day. So it could be Monday afternoon.
What about Tuesday?
That's still the Copperhead problem.
I could do it after two in the afternoon. That's about as early as I can get away.
The 22nd is hard for me because I'm going to be short at the office that day.
So the Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock,
2 o'clock works for me.
and we would do 2 to
Wednesday, yeah, oh, I don't care, anything after, yeah, I'll just mark it off.
Wednesday.
Morning
Would be
is
2 to 5. No, 2 to
But
6.
that doesn't work for you, does it? Well, don't you have to work?
Yeah.
It's just bad for me.
What are you doing?
I don't know. You're not allowed to say that out loud. Is it nap time?
He's tired.
Well,
but you can't make it.
Program for the library.
Right.
Can we do a, well, we're gonna have to figure that
I can
out.
do Wednesday anytime.
Can we zoom in?
Gotta be
What can I believe we can do a Zoom, but I was hoping for, I think we were hoping for in-house. It's just better back and forth, and I think be more effective. But let's go ahead and let us, Linda, you want to check with our people and see if there's any adjustments can be made. Is their travel schedule locked in now, or? Okay. So maybe they get a red eye late Sunday night. Let us get back to you when we'll have Shelley send something out. And I think council's preference is that a Monday. Okay.
Hopefully, yeah, if you can get back to us within the week or next couple of days.
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Great.
And so, but if we can get a Monday lined up, everybody's good for possibly the
whole day.
No.
What day? What day are we?
That would be. Okay.
It sounds like the plan B we're working on, right?
Yeah. Let me look. The Monday would be
a Monday or a Tuesday.
It's gotta work.
Yeah, but I'm good Mondays and Tuesdays anytime.
Okay.
After 2 is fine with me. Mondays.
So.
Yeah, Tuesday after 2 is good too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then we could just loop right into our budget meeting.
All right, fine.
We can move the budget meeting if these.
Yeah,
guys
we can
are
move. We can move the. If we would like to do, we can move the budget meeting. If you would like to do Tuesday after 2 o'clock on the 20th. Okay, that's the Small Business Resource Summit. That.
Plan C.
Let's go to April. Let's go to May.
No, we have the budget. We need to kind of get this nailed down.
About the week before.
They leaving on Friday, traveling back? Okay.
Got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
The 20th I can do, but I'd be late.
For the 20th, that's a Small Business Resource Summit, so
Yeah,
that's off the table.
But we want to start at 2.
We'll be able to do it.
Yeah. And it is important to have everybody here.
The 20th is a good day for me.
For them.
But Wednesday's a bad day, Councilman Pastor, because you have library.
I have to do they have a grant to do some kind of a program.
And then Jesse, you're working.
Fine, if you want to do it after 2, I'll just have to leave early.
Could we do Thursday 2 to 6?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's got the. Fernando, did you have conflict on Thursday? You're short staffed, but if we go 2 to 6,
Thursday back to the 22nd.
22nd.
Yeah, I could do. I'd have only one person in my office, and that's really hard. But yeah, I could do it.
Okay. All right. So then let's do that. Let's still try for a Monday. If we can get a Monday, we will. But
what time would that be over?
Thursday, 2 to 6.
Fernando had a question.
Go ahead, Fernando.
I have a hospital board meeting that night at 6. I could beg off the finance council meeting, but I'd have to bail about
We'll do
5:30ish.
2 to 5:30. We'll just
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
Okay. We'll just talk faster.
The 22nd.
The 22nd, 2 to 5:30 is Plan B if we can't get A, which is Monday morning or Monday.
Okay, so what,
Well, no, Monday. Well, I don't know. If it's Monday, what time? Do we care what time Monday?
Monday the,
That's the 19th?
Monday
It has
afternoon.
to be in the afternoon.
Okay. Okay, so Monday. So
Where's this taking place?
Monday the 19th?
where, where's that?
Where's this taking place?
We haven't picked a location. We want to get the date set before we.
Okay.
Monday the 19th?
That'll be Monday 19th, 2 to 6.
Good.
Backup plan is Thursday the 22nd, 2 to 5:30.
I could do that 19th.
Okay, and we're gonna try for the Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll wait for,
Yeah, we'll know tomorrow. We'll get some out to you tomorrow. Thank you all. I so appreciate you guys doing this for us. I know it's hard to get these schedules together. We're all
that's why
busy.
we ran.
Mm-hmm.
Our schedules would be just,
So we got future agenda items. Anybody have future agenda item? We do.
Okay. So there is a request that the vice mayor has shared with me for a local air conditioning contractor that lives very near the public works yard, and he is looking to barter to trade a strip of land for $20,000 in air conditioning work. And staff is not. We would like to hang on to the land, but I think it's worth a discussion. If council would like to at least have a chance to look at that. And
he wants the land?
he wants the land, and he's
to
going to
barter.
give us $20,000 air conditioning
$20,000 worth of
work.
land.
And I don't know what
Yeah,
the
but
value
he's a plumber, isn't he?
is. Who's the person?
It's Jim Harris,
What?
HVAC.
Is that legal?
I'm just kidding.
I haven't. I mean,
I don't know.
we'd have to figure out if it's legal.
Is he licensed?
But
But then there's the public interest thing where I think you have to put
We have
it
to
out
post
to
it.
the.
We have
yeah,
to
you'd
offer it.
Post it. I mean, we can't just cut a deal
You
with
have to put it
somebody
up
and
for auction.
not make it available to everyone.
And what we would.
But maybe nobody would want it
Maybe
if
have
he,
to break
this
and
is
everything.
property
He lives
adjoining.
right there.
Well,
He
see,
lives in the old hang it.
yeah, see, then that's,
Yeah, so we
who
would
else
have
would
to.
want that?
Is this labor only, or is he going to throw in equipment, materials, a new air conditioner?
Have to look at the picture. Hang on.
Yeah, you really need to look into this.
Well, and that is something that if maybe just come and report back to council that it's give you what's. So let me do this. Let me do the research and do a memo as to if it's even possible
Right.
and what would have to go through, and then we can look at this again to see if you want to bring it back and actually bring it forward.
I think we
Okay.
probably have.
Yeah, you do have to offer it to everybody, and you'd have to offer it to anybody that wants to barter for it. So we may get some interesting offers.
Yeah.
Couple of
We
horses.
already did.
So, okay, so let me do a follow-up memo on that, and then we'll hold on getting it to and answer those questions.
Sounds like a deal Jerry's we're trying to.
Any other future agenda item?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Fernando.
I've had several requests for us to look at our COVID restrictions and our masks and all that, and I didn't know if that needed to be at a meeting or some other venue, but I know that I had several requests for that.
And that's to look at lifting them, or?
Yeah, lifting them or where we at, because I know that the governor seems to have kind of lowered those restrictions. So, and there's a perception that we have a higher standard than that. So I don't know if we need to address that in a meeting or what.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the only change, Councilman Shipley, is the reducing the requirement that you be a certain percentage of the building occupancy. All other requirements are in place, distancing and the food requirements. that anything over 50 goes to the city for a special event. It's just that requirement that you limit your occupancy to the 25 or 50% of the fire code. And so I know COVID team internally, we do not feel that's enough of a change that we're making anything different in what we're doing, other than what we were going to do at Besh and the library. We went for the library to 10 people, a limit of 10 people in there, and we haven't, a lot of time we don't have the 10 people in there. And then as soon as we can staff up, we'll get Besh open. Those are the two changes. But I think the only change that we have control over would be, Mr. Mayor, your mask requirement. Everything else is imposed by the state. So the ability for us to make any changes whatsoever would be simply be the mayor removing his or modifying your mask ordinance.
Yeah, and I understand where that's coming from. I think some people are getting a little antsy about just because they think they're vaccinated, or some people who had COVID. People that have COVID have gotten it again. So I think we got to look at numbers. I really believe we need to look at the state numbers and our local numbers. We're still not a percentage enough where I think we're safe enough. That's my opinion. Where we're safe enough to remove mask mandates in the city.
So is that safe to say that we should probably discuss that, or just
we could
play it by ear and see how we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, the discussion about removing the mask mandate, is that what?
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm just trying to decide whether that should be like an agenda item or something that you'll bring to us as circumstances change.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we got to look at it. I think we're still weeks away from even considering it. That's my consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, see what happens after this weekend. Yeah.
And just for council's update, Councilman Shipley, we're still working on BHP and splash pad requests from last week. We're still working on council replacement and permits and transient vendors and so we have some presentations lined up that we're trying to knock off a lot of these requests for next week. But I'm trying to keep the meetings to under 3 hours. So we're trying to balance this.
Where are you at now?
We're not done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where are you at now?
Yeah, I know. So, but we can. So, is it council's desire that we ask for a presentation on when to lift or to talk about COVID restrictions?
But like you say, the only thing we control is a mask.
Yeah. Well, and it's not even council. It's you.
Yeah, and they're still recommending. Our governor's still recommending wear masks.
And so maybe if you want to talk about during the mayor's message at the next meeting.
I still myself believe in it's too early to remove the mask. And I've gotten people ask me about it, but that's my own personal.
And Mayor, maybe we can recommend some type of written communication from you.
Okay.
For the next meeting, explaining why.
Okay.
You still believe that, and
still have us under emergency proclamation, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, yeah.
So. Yeah. It's an open end. So.
Okay.
So we can put something out. Not at this point. No. So okay. So that should address that issue then.
Okay.
Okay.
I will do some research and bring it back to council.
And just so you know, we have a 3-week cycle to the next meeting, so you get 1 week off. That's very beneficial for everybody. Get some catch up.
Any other future agenda items?
The house, I mean, with budget coming up and yeah.
We'll do that in December.
No. I think we need to review it as council, and if we have any questions, I think they need to be addressed. I don't want to delay them in getting them going, because they got some momentum and excitement going right now.
And there are some issues that I've seen in there, but I have not run through it. Bill Sims has not looked at it yet. I'll let council. So we'll see when that comes back.
Right.
So that's a work in progress. They're getting public input, and I don't know how long it will be till they come back, but it'll be when that does come back, then we can allow council to have their say on it, and so we'll work on that.
Okay. Any other? Do we have a motion for adjournment?
Wait.
We got the E-session.
Or we go into E-session?
Oh, we have the,
Oh, I'm sorry, a motion to go into E-session, I'm sorry. That's right, we did add it. I had the old one.
We almost had it.
I made the motion, so I can go.
We have motion to go into E-session.
Second.
Motion second to go into E-session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
YouTube, and, okay. Okay, so,
I saw you over at
so we're back live and on the air. So Mayor, if you want to accept the motion.
Okay, we're re-adjourning the regular session. Ask for the motion for adjournment.
motion made.
Motion a second for adjournment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Meeting adjourned. Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Fernando.
Good night.
Saw you over by the highway over there, so where you have that water boosters going on over there.
Today?
Yeah. Only was it today? I thought.
10 o'clock. We did
All
good.
over town today, by the Shamrock?
No. Across the street from those storage facilities.
What's that? Oh. By the,
Yeah.
yeah.
Make sure we're off.
Yeah, I had a Phoenix optic